recall that we had a session during our last seminar. This session we're going to commence shortly will be a much more hands-on and elaborate version of that previous session. So we encourage participants to sit with their laptops and follow step by step this session, as well as other sessions to come. As you know, if you maximize this session, it will not only for conducting religious research, academic research, you will find these tools very useful. So I want to encourage everyone to take advantage of me when I tell you that this kind of course, if you're going to pay, if someone, sum of money, but we are getting this for free. So which means that, don't treat this as a premium, rather treat it as a premium, courtesy of the blessing of the community of the promised Messiah, alayhi salatu wasalam. So pay close attention to, and you will be happy that you've spent your time in today and for the rest of the program. Over the mic to our facilitator to begin the session. Don't forget that we have 3 levels of certificate. So there is a certificate of distinction where people will take the exam, a very brief exam that we workshop, and score 80% and above will receive that certificate of distinction. And people who score between 70 and 79% will receive certificate of merit, while those who score below 70% will receive certificate of attendance. So, the level of effort you put into this is critical. Don't hesitate. You don't have all the time to get Tawfiq Ajibade. So all the questions that you have, any areas that you feel you want him to clarify, please take the time and ask questions as appropriate. Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. Over to you, sir.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Azana jaza. We time we'll start in earnest. See my screen being shared with you already. Nice. How do I still VA digital tools for scholarly research and writing. What does this really mean? And why do we need it? We'll be looking at a few things. After the introduction, we want to look at different research tools, writing tools, plagiarism test, publishing tools, and lastly, we'll go to questions and answer. So why are we here? We want to gain practical knowledge that will enhance our research and writing workflow, which will enable us to focus on producing high impact academic work. Then we need digital tools, especially in modern day. As you can see here, I'm saying that these tools have revolutionized our research process, the way we manage citations, and it has improved writing, saving, and enhancing precision. So how does this work out? What are those different things that we have or that we can use to make things? The most popular one is the Google Scholar. Almost everyone who types into Google to search for anything or has conducted research at one time or the other, or has read any high impact paper, even if they are low impact paper, you must have heard of Google Scholars. That's where the archive that serves as a repository for all known journals or articles. I share the screen.
Assalamu alaikum. We're trying to fix a technical glitch, so we'll be back on shortly. Jazakallah.
So we all should be on the outline page. That's slide 2. On the introduction page now. Are we all there together? It's all right. Talking about research tools, and the first of them that I mentioned, which helps us to do a lot. So how do we do it? And how do we maximize? Want to look at under this particular one. The second one is Zotero and Mendeley, which are actually used to manage our references, the citations. What we know or what we knew in the early days was that if you are citing 1,000 papers, you had to write them somewhere, one after the other. And when you are done with your until you are done. But like we have said earlier, digital technology has made things much easier for us, such that as you research, you are also everything is done simultaneously and present them in the best format. Another thing is that in those different citation formats, you have to learn how to write. How do you write the title? How do you write the author? How do you write the date? How do you do this? At least each of format has about 6 things you have to learn. They tell you when you write the granted form, when you write the normal font, and when you write the title, it has to be this. This thing has to be in capital letter. This one has to be in small letter. When you citing title, the names of author and the rest. These tools will do everything for us. And the other thing, advantage of it is that they are always updated. Always get the latest format released bibliography, any institution. The Harper, which probably is the most popular one around our area here, the Harvard, the Chicago, the MLA, and the rest of them. So if I'm writing a paper for an institution or a journal that accepts Harper format, probably I want to present a similar paper or the same paper to another journal that accepts MLA. It is so simple. You wouldn't have to start again and start writing. All you need to do is just to click and hack this to change this format from APA to MLA, and boom, it is done. So when we also write, we want people to see what we write. For some platforms, you have to pay to get that one done. For some others, you need not pay. People can just come and see your writing. And when they cite your work, you are alerted that so person has cited your work. So you know how much impact your work is making in the academic world. So we have all these tools. Also, no one is perfect. Sometimes when we write with typos. Sometimes when we write with grammatical errors that we may not know about. And sometimes when we write, the logic of writing may be flawed. In that sense, we have writing tools that can help us refine whatever we are presented. And lastly, when you are done with your work, you have to be sure that either knowingly or inadvertently, you have added somebody's work in an improper way. You cannot, at least when you write, you are citing people, but there are ways you cite that are not accepted. There are ways you even write that is seen as stealing. That's what is called plagiarism. You have gone ahead to present somebody's work as your own work. You can also find out. We have tools that can help us get ahead of this. So when I am done, then I should be certain that this work will not be returned to me. for whatever reason. So I want us to start. Okay, I've mentioned this, the Grammarly Copilot. These are writing assistants. I hope we all can see it on our screen. Yeah. So we want to generate ideas. You have the chat GPT, which is about the most popular AI today. The Jasper, the Copilot, and you have Google Gemini as well. All of them are paid actually, but they still have a free version. At the basic level, the free version is still useful. But at some higher level, we may not be able to do with the basic version. But then, if you want to write on your own, the basic version are enough. From all of this, the Copilot, the Google Gemini, you can always use them, get an idea of what you want to do. That's why I name it idea generation. I just want this to give me an idea of how I can go about this research work. So you have literature map or lit map. You have Site AI, you have Iris AI. These are tools that help us when it comes to searching the right literature. And when I say researching right literature, they are different from Google Scholars in the sense that they give you the entire thing that you will need. And anyway, everyone that uses this is expected to use them responsibly anyway, because we can also misuse them. I mean, we can use them in an improper way. Like others, some of these two are paid. The site is paid and Iris is paid. Elite Map has free version. Okay, all of them has free versions. But to do some other things or to use them beyond a certain period, you have to pay for them. Same thing goes for the Grammarly, which can help us refine our work. And lastly, you have the Copyscape and Turnitin. Turnitin is basically for institutions, not individuals. But some other plagiarism checker, individuals can buy them. Unfortunately, institutions usually use Turnitin, which is very, very powerful. Why am I saying this? Some people are fond of using AI to write things. These are easily detectable, not even by machines, by human beings. By the time you are done with reading a paragraph, you can always tell whether this thing has been written by AI or not. And these particular machines or tools, they will tell you. They don't say for now that, hey, this thing is written by AI with 100% assurance. But they give you what is called similarity. They say what you have written here has 90% similarity with AI. It has 80% similarity with something written by AI. That is putting a red flag on your work. It won't make sense that I spend 10 hours or more hours on a work only for Turnitin to tell me it is 90% close to AI. And that is when you are not doing due diligence. There are certain ways the AI will write that is, how do I say this? It's particularly, that is the very way AI will always write. I'm looking for the right English program. Yes, sir? Style. Yes. I mean, but because these machines have been trained to identify that logic, so it makes it easy for them to identify, including certain vocabularies that ordinarily you wouldn't use in your work. These ones will use it, and you will feel, oh, this is very good. This is a nice one. And lastly, you have collaboration tools. These are very general thing, even though many of us don't use it. I may be doing certain work now, and I want my chairman to read through. I actually do not need to send this work to him. Just share the link. Please, sir, see this and correct everything. Right there will correct. And he doesn't have to send back anything to me. Unlike the old ways we used to do things. So I will send it to him. He will do his correction, forward it back to me. No, that's not supposed to be. I can through Microsoft Team, through OneDrive, or through the Google Drive, or some other cloud storage. Please check my work via this link. It will do whatever corrections, make whatever suggestions, and leave them there. I will go open the link and work on it. We can even collaborate like it is actually meant to be. Okay, as he's doing his correction, I'm also doing my correction. And it is showing us real time that Mr. Agbaje is working on this file while I'm also working on it. That's it. All right. So that is just it. And I want us to get a bit practical now, if that is the right way. We start with the Google Scholar, or we should start with the idea generation. How? So that we have been that has been approved for us by our professor or supervisor, and I don't even know what to do. I can simply ask my AI to give me a roadmap of what to do. So let's go online, please.
Example of idea generating, writing. Area of concentration.
Sorry, German.
Three parts. Apologies. We're starting again now. Thank you.
Please, let's suggest a topic. Yeah, I was asking if anyone could suggest a topic. Yeah. Okay. Jihad of the pen, a mission to uphold the Sultan al-Qara. Okay. The jihad of the pen. Sir? Yes. A mission. To uphold the Sultan al-Qara. Please, what is the English for Sultan al-Qara? I think that would be king of the pen. Am I worried? Don't worry. Sultan al-Qara. Is it showing on your screen? Is my typing showing on your screen? Okay, just to be sure. So what I want to tell you is that I'm writing a paper on this, and I want it to give me an outline of what I can write on this particular topic. Simple. What? Please, that's please just do like. All right. The chairman has just made a suggestion that we all go online. Just go to your search bar and type in chat GPT .com. It will get you the page, and you just register. You already have your email. It makes it easier. Just log in. You have a free account. That's it. If you didn't get it, Mr. Brad Kodusab will send the link here so that every one of us can see it. So I want you to give me an outline of what to write to make, sorry, give me what to write. Okay, to make a work or paper. Now we can also vary these prompts. depending on what area you actually want, who you will be speaking with. Probably you have a topic and you'll be presenting it to mostly women, a female audience. You have a topic you are presenting mostly to children. You have a topic you are presenting mostly to professionals. Whatever prompt you give to it tells you the kind of response it is going to give you. Later you can check. Write one topic, tell it you are giving it to different audience and see the result it is going to give you. This particular topic I'm presenting to children. You can do that later and check if the result will be the same as the one you are presenting to adults. So it is telling us that if you are speaking to adults, this is how you should do it. If you are speaking to female, this is how you should do it. If you are speaking to male adult, this is how you should do it. It has all this on its own. So let's just go at this. This prompt is too simple. Let me just admit that. You can write as long as you want to be able to find the result it is going to give you. So if it is too general, it is going to give you general idea. So whatever you don't want should be included in the prompt. I don't want this. Don't bother to say this. Don't bother to do that. Even certain formatting, you can give it a format like you actually want a table. Okay, give it an example. I want it in this way, and it is going to give you. All right. So we now have it. Of a scholarly paper on so topic, here is an outline to help you structure your thought. The definition and importance of jihad, jihad of the pen, concept of Sultan al-Qalam, thesis statement, historical context of jihad of the pen, Prophet Muhammad Sallam's example, and on like that. This is assuming that I'm writing a thesis. But let us assume this is supposed to be a seminar. This is supposed to be a seminar topic for undergraduates. All right. I've made a slight change now. I actually want it for a specific audience. Are we seeing it on the screen? We can see it. We're all on the same page. Please, what can you tell me the difference you have seen from these results and the previous results? Yes, I'm listening. Yes, sir. The two of them are actually outline. The first one is an outline. The second one is an outline. Yes, let me go to the first. So we have started. For a scholarly paper on so. Here's an outline to help you. You have this, you have this, you have this. Okay, now you have another one. It's blurry. Is it blurry on your screen, sir? It's blurry there. Why? It has improved. So probably, okay, because I was scrolling. Yes. It was because I was scrolling. Is it stable now? Please confirm it is stable on your screen and you can see it clearly. It's okay now. Sir, how is it? It's not. It is still the same. Why?
Some people are commenting that it's okay.
Some are commenting it's okay. So that should be network then. If some people are commenting it's okay. Please. Yes.
I know, but the question you've asked, the difference. Okay. Now, I think one thing that immediately, comes to mind here is that whereas in the previous one, you see that at the end of the outline, you see references. But in this one, there is no reference in the undergraduate one. What you can see very clearly is the Q&A session. So that's one of it. Others can contribute.
Thank you very much. I think that is enough. Whatever other differences we have seen, let's just note that there will always be a difference when you tell it that you have different set of audience for this particular thing you are doing. Even it has to be for children now, it is going to give me a different answer to this one. So that is what I would just want us to show. When you are writing a paper,
I think I can still see you guys. But it's not displaying it.
Assalamu alaikum. Apologies. We're having a network glitch, so we're resolving it at the moment. So we should get back on shortly. While we are trying to resolve the network issue, maybe this is the opportunity for those of us who have not had access to Chat GPT before to open an account and begin to interact with this tool. It's useful to start familiarizing ourselves with this tool. Ask it any question and see what responses it brings to you. We want this session to be as practical as possible so that you have very useful experiences rather than just being didactic without you, trying out some of these things that are being taught. So please take this opportunity to open an account, and start interacting with the tool. You'll be surprised and amazed at how much you can accomplish. So it lightens your burden of writing. You have an idea, it provides you with an outline that you can build on that. In fact, you can even use Meta AI on your WhatsApp. You can use Meta AI on your WhatsApp as well to quickly generate ideas. So these tools are at our fingertips. The more we use them, the better we get at using them, and it's going to help us a lot.
All right. Okay. Is it clearer now? Please, those at home, you can acknowledge if the screen is brighter than it used to be. But it's on mic system.
Okay. Okay, it's okay. Please, those at home, you can. Someone has said that it is it's better. All right. Okay, so we have seen it. That's just it. But actually, this is too long. Only the outline. All right. Another prompt has just been generated. I mean, response has been generated for a prompt. And that is further refining the first question we asked. So now we can take these one after the other. Definition of jihad and its various forms. So we, from here, we go to Google Scholar. Google Scholar is a scholar.google.com. Scholar.google.com. We go here and we just paste that particular title there. Jihad and its various forms. And we ask it to search. Now you have all the results. Now, when we have these results, we can filter the results to give us exactly what we need. For instance, now when we are writing papers, our supervisors will tell us your citation should not be older than 5 years. Your citation should not be older than 4 years. That means this is 2024. You should not be citing any work in year 2020. Your citation should be 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. And whatever year period they give us. So we have this one to refine the citation. You have if you check the left pane of this screen, you can see anytime since 2024, that's this year, 2023 since 2020, and you also have a custom range. Probably we're dealing with historical record or writing. You actually want to see what some people wrote about it several years ago. You know how many years people have been publishing papers. We want to see the original work of author A, author B, author C, and the rest. So we can use the custom range to fine-tune this search query. And there you have it. You have the first year. You should begin from 1970 to 1985. Or you should begin from 2021 to 2024. You should begin from 2022 to 2023. Really, within those 2 years. Whatever custom range you want, that is the results you want to see are the result of work that were published within a certain period of time, determined by you. This one is determined by the machine itself. So I want to determine it. So you 2020. And you can see that something has changed. The first result has changed. The first result in the earlier was 2005. The first result here is what year? The first result here. Are you seeing different something? Here, 2022. It's saying 2024. It's 2022. You can see it. Okay, you are looking at this pane. No, the result, not the filter. 2022. That is just it. So we can refine it. Another thing we can do is to sort by relevance. 22, you find 2020, you find different. So you can ask it to sort this result by date. And you can see that the first work here was published when? I want someone to tell me. The first work result here now was published when? 15 days ago.
Yes, 15
Yes,
days ago.
as recent as 2 weeks ago, this thing was published. So it's the next one is 46. One is 53 days ago, followed by 58 and on like. So you can get okay, this one was published just last year and the rest. And you can also filter by relevance. We don't need that. Now you have seen the result of filtering by date. Now the result, any type. Paper presented at seminars like this. But no, we don't want that. We actually want a peer-reviewed work. And that's when you tell it, we don't want any type. Only published paper. Review articles. That's what you get. Are we there? Let me go back here to anytime now. Now, you can also curate alerts on this particular topic. If tomorrow somebody publishes a work, let me know. I want to see it. You click create alert. And you now include your email. It's as simple as that. You can see it already. I don't want alert on this one. So I will not be creating any alert. But when you want an alert on it, you can just create. And that is all. So when any work is published on it, you get an alert on your email. Probably for those who are doing PhD work now, you know, they have a long period of time to do it. Dr. Saib can testify to this. So within that period of time, you can get as many fresh work as possible with this alert. So that is it. Let me go back. Another thing is that you have seen the work that you like. You don't have to be looking for it again. You see a star under each of the titles, and you can click the star to save it. You have a reading list. So I can create a reading list and tell it my work on jihad. You get the work. So anything you click, you save this way, you ask it to save it somewhere. Is it just reading list as a title or under jihad? It continues to save. Why? You don't have to be searching all the time or each time you need a title. So you can use this one to make things easier and on like that. And then you have references. Just click the site and it tells you the title. But unfortunately, Google Scholar is still using old format. Some of the formatting, sir? I should go back. That's it. You have created the reading. That is just it. When you need it, you get your papers there. So I am now saying that you can also look for the reference, and it gives you the reference here. It gives you the reference. MLA, APA, Chicago, and the rest of them. Just click on it and copy. You paste wherever you want, wherever you need it. Click site. You get it. It's those of us who have laptop, I think it is better if you work as we work. So that you don't have to just memorize everything. So related articles. You can get articles that are related to this particular one, and you just click it, you get it. Right at the extremely right-hand side, you get the link to that paper. You here for the first one, you see it is a PDF, another one PDF. The third one is actually an HTML, which means it is going to open directly in your browser. And the rest. So you can get it. That is all. This is how we keep getting papers for our research work. When you now get this, you can make use of two other things. MyBib, which helps us to manage citation, or you use Zotero or Mendeley. MyBib is a standalone. Zotero is integrated into your word processor, Microsoft Word, for instance, now. So it means you can continue to work, make citations, and you don't have to write references later. As you cite each work, it helps you keep the reference. So at the end of your work, you just click, at one click, it brings you all the references. Meaning that instead of copying each of the references from Google Scholar, no, you don't need it. So Zotero is going to do that one for you. Let's see if we can get that done. Yes, thank you very much. So Zotero can be downloaded, zotero.org. Rob, please, you can help us write that. Zotero, ZOTERO.org. You can download it. When you download it, you install on your computer. When it is installed on your computer, it integrates to your word processor, Microsoft. You find it there. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. So when you download Zotero, you will also download the plugin. I hope it enables you to access a tool directly in your browser. So when you are browsing, this thing will pop up. Let me go there. When you browse, you have the plugin showing on your browser. It is asking you if you actually want it to take you directly to your work, to your page. I wouldn't know how better to explain a plugin. Yes. Okay. All right. I just want us to do something on this because of time. That's just that for this one. Let's move quickly now. Now, there are two things we should note when we are doing this kind of thing. There's what is called a DOI, digital object identifier. That is a unique ID that is given to every paper that is published. Unique ID, I say, that is given to every paper that is published. So when you get your, every paper that you see on this Google Scholar has a DOI. If you can't find it directly from the Google Scholar, when you type in the title in an application like Zotero, it gives you the DOI, or you use MyBib. because of the convenience, so I will prefer we use my bib. Because some people who do not have a hotel may not be able to follow along, but my bib can be easily used without any installation. They do almost the same thing. Almost the same thing. Yes. I will still display if there is enough time. I think, no, I even did that during the last years. So, okay. So you have mybib.com. you have mybib.com. My bib, my BIB, the same bib, mybib.com. When you go there, this is a tool that helps you manage all your references. And it doesn't just manage your references, it also helps you to cite work in the proper way. So it is opening now. Let's see what it brings. Is it rolling on the screen? Okay. All right. You can see start a project. Here you just register. You may not register, but it is better you register with email so that it can help you track your work and manage whatever thing you do on it. So these are the things that I did earlier. Just click a start project and you can have it. New project name. MASQ. That's the new project name. So when you have a work that you want to cite, add citation. Now here you have a lot of tabs. Website, book, journal, video, and you have more, giving you a list of other options, blog post, book, whatever thing. That is to say, this link you want to post here, where did you get it? Or what is it meant to be? Is it from a journal? Is it a book link? Is it a book review link, legal case, or whatever thing it is? We're not using more anyway. We're just using a journal. So you click the tab journal and you can paste the title there. This is the title we copied from Google the other time. I'm a Google Scholar the other time. No result found. Sorry, where is the Google Scholar? Sorry. Copy link address. I'm copying the link address now, and I'm adding it to website. Let me add that you can also use this one on your phone. It is easier. It's only Zotero you can't do on your phone. So if you are following up with your phone, you can just go to mybib on your google.com and open up this one, get registered, or you may not need the registration part this time around. Just type in mybib.com and continue to follow up. So you can see it. We just click it and it will give us the entire references. I mean, the entire part of the reference. So you save. But here, there is a little error here which you can correct on your own. Look at the author, article author, the name, Mubarak Ibrahim Al-Tijani. Is that? Then you see an icon like a house there. That's an organization icon. It is not an organization, it's actually an individual that wrote this. So you click that and it changes. And you can see it. It now have a first name and last name. If we know the first name or last name of that person, we can just do that. So I'm assuming that Atijani is the last name of that person. Sorry. Mubarak is the first name of that person, and I can post it here. Can we all see it on the screen? If you look down you will see that something has changed at the reference. Let me go back. Okay, look at the bottom of the screen under preview. On preview, look at the name of the reference. Please, someone should read the name of the reference to be sure we all are following. The article author, Mubarak Ibrahim. Thank you, sir. That is when the name was wrongly written as the name of an organization. And it is not the name of an organization. It's an individual who actually wrote this. Look back to the preview and tell me what you see there. Ibrahim, it has changed the author title. That's it. Now you have it properly now. I want to cite it. It's so easy. You can now click on it. When you clicked on it, look at what is here. Where you see this icon, icon. What is there, please? Here. What can you see under this? Let me remove it. In-text citation. So this is what you can now use to cite in your work. Let me copy some work here. Okay. This is our work. This is our work, for instance. Anyway, let me just leave it at this one. This is our work we want to cite here. We come here, in-text citation. You just click. I've clicked this one, Ibrahim Atijani 2024. Let me click once again. I don't know if you can see it as I click. You can see the change. All right. That's in-text citation. Ibrahim Tijani 2024. Sorry, it is even supposed to be at the end. It's a different one that will be at the start. Okay, so this particular statement was made by Ibrahim Tijani. I'm sure we all are familiar with how we cite. You cite at the beginning, you cite at the end. This is if the citation is put at the end. What if it is put at the beginning of the work? It is still the same page where you copy it. According Ibrahim, and we go here, put it at the beginning. You can see a difference and identify the difference in the two citations. I say, who can identify? Did you pay for this seminar? Please, who can identify? Let's go quickly. Yes, the first citation and the second citation. What is the difference? Okay. And the first one? Yes, one sentence. Yes. Yeah. And both in the bracket. Thank you very much. So if we are citing. Okay. So if we are citing at the beginning, we want to say that Dr. Sadiq Absalam noted that this and this and this and this and this. So we say Sadiq 2024. So Sadiq outside the bracket 2024 within the bracket. But we actually made a statement that there is no one like God. Who made that statement? Sadiq Absalam. So now everything, Sadiq 2024 in bracket. Do we get that now? This is called the in-text citation, and you can do the same thing for all the work that you are referencing. When you are done doing that, let me show you from here. You can see this reference. Can we all see it? So we can tell it the format we actually want. The one here that I've chosen is upper. I can make it something else. So I can tell it that is not the. You have upper 7. I already mentioned the difference, or didn't I tell the difference between the two citations? We don't have much time. Sir? Is what? I understand. Yes, I do. Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Okay, the first one, please, if you can listen to me. If you can hear me. The first one that when the citation, the cited author is put at the beginning or sentence, then the name of the author will be outside the bracket. Only the year will be within the bracket. When you want to reference the author at the end of the very statement, both the author and the year will be in bracket. That is just the difference. You don't have to do this one yourself.
I actually thought my mic was on. It's all right. I'm very sorry. While the mic was off, I was actually asking if you will notice any difference in the referencing format. The present one you are seeing on your screen is AMA, and I switched to APA. And let's see what happens there. Now this is APA. You can see the difference. Just deal with it. When you are done with it, you can download your reference. It's here.
You can download your reference. It's here.
And you have different formats in which to download. You can just copy and paste. You can download into Word. You can download into Google Drive in the instance that you have to share your reference with some other persons. You can send to email. You can print them. You can send it as a link. You can even send it to Mendeley or Zotero, or you just save it to your computer backup. That's all. So in this case, let's just copy. We have copied it, and we can go to the end of our work. We can go to the end of our work and just paste it there. So when you are pasting, you should keep the formatting, and that is why I've just stopped there. I hope you are seeing me. You can see paste options showing on the screen. Paste option. The first one is saying, do you just want the text only, or you want the text to align with the text, with the format on the page where you want to paste, or you want to maintain the formatting from where you are copying it. So in our case, we are actually maintaining the formatting from where we have copied. And you click. Can we see it now? That's all. So we have all our formatting, all our references there already for the work. That is all. That is all. Now the other time when we were in Google, so the other time when we were in Google, we saw a tab, a link that asks if we want to check for related articles. There is actually a digital tool that can generate all articles that are related to that particular topic without us having to search and search and search and search. Once you paste that singular topic, title, it gives you all articles that are related to it. Specifically, articles that have cited it. You won't cite a word that is not related to the work you are writing on. So it gives you all those articles, and that is what Litmap does for us in this instance. So let me open another tab and check Litmap. You can find Litmap here. litmaps.com. Now it's loading. All right. So here you just register, sign up for a free account, or sign in to continue using your old account. You can see all different nodes showing on your screen here. Different nodes showing on the screen. When you hover any node, it tells you
the title of the work and the name of the author, the title of the work and the author. And you see how close these two works are. This one is also close, but a little far away from it. That is what that map is telling you. You see work that are related to certain work. All of them, see how many works are connected to the one in the middle here. I mean, the one written by Victorov, 2013. You can just look at the highlighted link between the nodes. I don't know, let me see if it is link showing. I want to be sure. Good. So you can see it now. So if I'm picking this title by Anna 2009, then I can use a work by Viktorov, by Parker 2018, by Kumar 2017, by Jahan 2022, and by Swetha 2023. These are all work that are related. And when you come to the left pane here as well, you can further refine your work and tell it to give you more titles like a particular one. Probably you are more interested in a certain title than others. You see all the titles on the left pane here. Those are the titles. I don't know if you can see it as I scroll on the left pane. Please let me know if you are seeing it. All right. So it is all the nodes here. Their titles are put on the left node. So if you are more attuned to a particular title, you can ask it to give you more titles like that particular one. This is emotional intelligence, medical education, measuring the unmeasurable. It was published in this journal, Advances in Health Science Education. And I can tell it that I want more work like this. So it is asking me to sign it, but I'm thinking that one will take our time. We still have some other things to do. So I can simply sign it. But that's what I want to show us here is that this literature map makes it easier for us to gather as many titles as possible on a particular topic. And one after the other, we can continue to check on the abstract of these titles. And it will make our work easier. It makes our work easier. That is just what I want to show us here because of time. Please, if you have any question, you can note them down, and within the few minutes that we use for question and answer, I may be able to respond to those questions. When you are done with your work, let me use a proper work here now to be able to do a good job. All right. So can you see my screen? Please, what can you see on the screen? Theoretical framework. All right. So I was saying that you can actually check your work to be sure that what you have written is actually your own. It will not be flagged as a stolen work. So at the basic level, you can check using your own Microsoft Word. And what you use here is the Microsoft editor. You can see that on the tab here. If you are counting from right on my screen, you count 1, 2, 3, 4. You will see editor. If I click editor now, it is going to edit this work for me. Can we see it? What is the editor score you can see here? 91%. I can get better at this and ask it to further refine it. This particular work, I want it as a professional presentation. and it is going to rescore it. On this work, there are 9 spelling errors identified already. 9 spelling errors identified already. Unfortunately, it is thinking those words are English vocabularies, but they are not. So this one is rejected. The second one here, rejected. So ignore once, ignore it, ignore it, ignore it, ignore it. Do you see as it moves from one suggested typo to another one? Ignore it. I can actually click ignore all, and it is going to ignore everything. At the same time, as you know, I can add those words to my dictionary, meaning that next time I write these words, it is not going to recognize them as written as error. So whatever I choose, ignore all, and you can see that there are no longer any spelling errors. The spelling has been checked now, and the grammar too has been checked as correct. What about clarity? That is the logic of my presentation, of my writing here. Probably the way I explain, the way I put down a certain sentence is not clear enough or can be improved. That's what clarity is trying to tell us. So if I click on clarity, it is going to tell me what and what sentences it wants me to improve upon. And it's not just going to tell me, it is going to suggest a better word that I can use. But before I go there, you can see that in matters of conciseness, it checks it. Formality, it says it is correct. Inclusiveness, it says it is correct. Punctuation convention, it says there are no punctuation errors. I'm going to include a few punctuation errors for us to see now. Then what about vocabulary? It says they are okay. So let me go to clarity now and see it. Now you can see this one. Let me. All right. Conversely, we can see when it fails to do this thing. And it is saying that rather than saying when it fails to, I should write does not. When it does not regulate pollutions. So I click it. And if you check here now, it has changed it. So from when it fails to when it does. That's for clarity. Now there are 12 more clarity suggestions there. Observed, and it is saying saw. No, I don't want saw in place of observed. So I'm leaving it. Leave that one alone. Then it is saying that indicating a significant increase and this and this and it's suggesting that I should write showing, writing down, saying, I don't want that. I ignore it. And here it says analysis provides who share, and it has highlighted provides, and it is suggesting offers. So maybe I want to take offer in place of provides. I will just click on it. And we'll continue to do this until we are done with all suggestions on clarity. When we are done with that, we'll now go to similarity. This one checks for plagiarism. And just like the conventional plagiarism, it will tell you where you have actually picked that content. The same way this one will tell us is the same way Turnitin or any other plagiarism checker will tell them by the time they eventually check your work. So I'm asking it now, you should check for similarity. That is to say, my work, how close is it to other work in terms of a statement written. So it is still checking. All right. What do we have on the screen? It is still loading. Under similarity, what do we have? Oh, it showed something else now before now. 0%. That's what I want us to see. So it is telling me that at this level, my work is not similar to any work, meaning it is actually my work. I can now go online to OnNet now and copy some work and check again, and you will see what it's going to tell us. So meaning that if I'm copying the statement or the paragraph by someone, if I'm copying the statement, okay. Can you hear me now? I've turned on my mic. Advocate, is it working now? It's all right. So let me just copy this abstract and put in my work. And let's see what this one is bringing. Theoretical work. So let me highlight it so we know where we are coming. I want to check again. I'm checking for similarity now. This part in red, I've just copied it somewhere. I don't know if anyone is seeing the similarity results. Are we seeing the similarity results? I love F. 8%. Thank you. That's the one I've just added. And it's not just saying 8%. If you look at it, it is telling me where I actually copied it.
see pubmed.scbi.nhm.nih.gov. That is where it was first published. So, and that is it is going to pick that as reference. So, it is saying that you can actually make this thing better. Rather than stealing it, just tell the whole world that you picked it from so 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 person, and it is asking if I want to add insert in text and citation. So, citing it will remove the plagiarism flag on it. So, I have cited now. Emotional intelligence, medical education, marrying the unmarriable. You will remember that we did not copy the title, we just copied the abstract. And it is telling us that this abstract is very similar to the abstract of a title, of a work title, Emotional Intelligence, Medical Education, and blah blah blah. If you have copied 2 or 3 sentences there, it is going to do the same. I don't want us to go there again so that we don't save our time. So what we're trying to say is that we're starting from generating ideas for our work. We have a title that we want to work on. We use the chat GPT the other time. There are some others that we can use. I mentioned Gemini, Google Gemini at the beginning of this seminar. There is also the Copilot, which is owned by Microsoft, and it is free. In fact, Copilot is using ChatGPT 4.0. So it is a little higher in fact, the one that GPT. So I can use my Microsoft to generate the same idea for our title, Jihad of the pen, doing this and this that we did earlier. And it's going to give me the same thing. And like I said, you can always refine the prompt to give you exactly the result that you want. You know this is robots. It tells you just what to ask it to do. So if you are not telling it the right way, it is going to always going to do it the wrong way, or whichever way it feels is best. So things you want in it, you include. Things you don't want, you include. This is called prompt engineering. We just have this buzzword. It is just about giving it the right instruction to produce the desired result. So that is just it for this particular. Okay. Let me keep the mic down. So, our people at home, I've just been informed that I wasn't too audible online. I wouldn't know if you are more audible, if I'm more audible now. Okay, I'm getting feelers that it is better. Please, kindly check the messages. We have so many, about 31 are showing here, or maybe it is just mine. So that is it. So when you are done, you can always take this the parts from either Copilot, from the Gemini, from the Jasper, or from ChatGPT, and take them into Google Scholar, refine and find your work. I mean, a title. When you want to find a title, like I showed us earlier, you can always refine it. You can always refine your title. And how you refine the title, I also showed us according to time here, according to your preferences. Maybe it is by date or it is by relevance. Something may be very related and something may be only slightly related to your one. So you want something that are closely related to the one you are doing. And if you want to include citations or you don't want to include, that's what you do here. And like I said earlier, I can also create alerts that tells me when new papers are published on that particular title, so that I can quickly go and check. And by so doing, I will be able to use the most recent citations in my work. Now, where the bulk of work is usually is when you have to write the references. But don't worry, like we have shown ourselves here, the MyBib can write the references for us. And also the Zotero can do the same thing. I have Zotero on my laptop here. Let me just open the Zotero like I said earlier. Okay, so if you can see my screen, these are different citations. Okay, I remember we used this during the last seminar. That's why we have a MASQ seminar here. So here, when you get to Zotero, I said earlier, just go to zotero.org, you download the application and you install. Then you get a plugin to be installed on your word processor as well. It installs the plugin of your word processor. That means this one is working in two ways. You have to download the original app and you have to install the plugin. It is the plugin that you can use to access the Zotero right from your word processor. If I open my Word now, like we did here, on this page, you can see Zotero. Look at the topmost tab on this screen. From starting from right, you have keyboards, you have help, and you have the Zotero. So if I am citing from Zotero, here I just click Zotero. Somebody's mic is on back at home. Can they help us check so that it will not be disturbing others? So I can add or edit citations. Let me add citations. Just click. It's no longer audible. That should be error. My mic is on. It should be audible because it is showing the graph here. The audio graph is shown here. It is their network. Thank you very much. Please, probably if it is not audible, it may be network. It is audible here. I can see the computer picking my voice apart from the microphone that I'm using. All right, so I am citing from this, and it is asking which format I want to use, like we did with my BIP, APA 7. Citation. I don't know the name of the work I want to. So, but it is assume that you will know either the title or the name of the author. You can type either of the two here, and it brings you a list of works that you have included, of papers you have included in your work. So I'm including this one. I also want to include one more. I also want to include one more. These are the things I'm including in my work, and you can see it. It has cited, and at the end of the day, when you are done with all of this, you just ask it to bring you the references of all the work cited. So clicking this one We'll bring you all the references. You can see this on the screen. Can we all see it? So I've cited Abeka, Al-Qadri, and Baidala. That is it. If I change the citation format, it is going to change this one as well. It is going to change this probably to whatever thing is recognized in the citation format that I want to use. This is how this one is used, and that's all. Now there is one other thing that makes our work easier, and that is using Microsoft inbuilt page formatting on its own. Most of us don't really use it, and it gives us a lot of trouble. When you have written 100 pages and you have to write out the content, a table of contents. So you have to be looking page by page for relevant headings. That one is enough job that you give someone and you pay them, because it is not so easy. That is one, just the title. You also have to look for tables. You also have to look for, what is the other thing? Figures, thank you, sir. So list of tables, list of figures, table of everything on that table of content, all the references. You will be in a big trouble, and you can actually miss out some things. But if you are using the inbuilt Microsoft page formatting, it's so easy. At a click, you'll be able to get all your headings, the table of content, without any stress. And also, as you refine the table of content, it can also refresh. So when you add more, or you are removing from the table of contents, from the part of your work, it is also doing it automatically. Just click the refresh button and it does that for you. Let me just cite a little example here. I'm not opening up a fresh page. I want to write jihad of the pen. Jihad of the pen. So when you have this, you go to the style tab on your page. When you get to the style tab, you see a lot of headings here. I'm opening up the style tab here. You have the normal, no space, heading 1, 2, 3. You have the title, you have subtitle. Let me move the cursor across this so that you see them as they change. Heading 1, you can see the changes. Can you please? Heading 2, what's the difference between heading 1 and heading 2? The size, thank you, sir. Then what about the title? It has a much bigger size. The subtitle, the sub-emphasis, emphasis, and the rest of them. Now you can actually customize this, because when you check here, if you check the color, this is not black. It may be showing black on your screen, but this is not the real black that is acceptable. So you can customize it. How you do that is just to right click on that heading. You right click on the heading and you go to the modify tab. Modifying it now, you are able to pick the real color that you want to use. It should be black, it should be bold, and the size should be 16 or 12. It is just the heading. And the font type, it should be Times New Roman. Before now, it was Aptos display heading. Now I want it to be Times New Roman. And you come down, you see here, down that page, the pop-up, you see automatically updates. You check it. What it means is that the next time you click heading, it is going to use everything for every format you have indicated here. So automatically updates. Then you go here, format. and you come to paragraph. This is where you now specify the space. You now specify the space you want between one paragraph and another one. You can see before paragraph, I want to have 8-point distance, or 18-point distance or less. I want it to be 6. And after the paragraph, I also want 6. Now, that is the spacing. Between the lines, what difference do I want, what distance do I want between one line and another line? I can use single line, in which case there will be no space between the lines. But 1.5, a little space between the line. As I do it, if you check the pop-up, you can see it is showing us a preview. Let me go back to single. And when I come to 1.5, you can see that there is a wider difference between the heading and the body of the text. And I can now pick double, which is 2.0. There is a little more difference between them. That's all. So I click OK here, and OK lastly, and it has given me. So I can continue to type. I can continue to type. This one is heading 1. If I want another heading 1, I will just click and it makes it heading 1. You can see it now on the screen. And now, just for us to see all of this, after we are done, the same way what we have done for heading 1 is what we're going to do for heading 2, heading 3, heading 4, heading 5, 6, up to 6. The higher the number, the smaller the font size. So the smaller the number, the higher the font size. So heading 1 has the biggest font size, while heading 6 has the smallest font size. At the same time, you can actually control the font size from the setting where I use the modify. Like when you just right click on that heading, you can modify it. So you modify, that is to say, here you can choose the font size to be not 12 that I put there. I want it to be 20, and you see what is going to happen. I already check automatically update, and you can see what happens just now. So when you are done, you can see, view all the headings you have. You come to the navigation pane and it shows you all the headings. So from the headings, you can always move to whatever part of your work. So if you want to do any further editing, you are able to do it here. When you are done, you go to the references, and the first tab you find under reference is table of contents. So before this one, keep your cursor where you want the table of content to appear. So I need the references, the table of contents. So you have different types, different formatting. Content, just this one, the manual type, and whatever. And if you have a custom that you want it in a specific way, you can tell it here under the custom. Let's just use this automatic, and you can see what we have. You can see what we have. Table of content. That's all. So as this one has been listed, so will others too be listed, and you have them. That is all for this particular part. I hope so far I have been able to cover the idea generation part, then how we use the Google Scholar and filter our results, how we manage our citations and generate the citations all at once, how we are at liberty, how citation within our work, in-text citation, has been made easy using the reference managing tools, the MyBib, the Zotero that have shown us. And also, looking for literatures may be a tiring task. So when we use the lit map, it helps us to generate real papers that are related to our work. You know, sometimes, especially at the undergraduate level, you just go and copy some work. You just write any reference you like because nobody is going to check. That is a fact. Nobody is checking. But these days, tools that can make those things easier are available. So when you are copying wrong references, it is going to show. If you actually need real references, I'm not saying copy, because if you copy, like I've said, honestly, you'll be caught, except your supervisor is not using the right tool. But you can use the site.ai. Let me just go there and we'll see. Site.ai. Site, the same way. SCITE. This is actually a paid app. Yes, most of these apps are paid. But you have the free version that you can use for a limited time or for limited facilities. Probably you will be restricted to this and that. So why am I saying this? You may not be able to use everything that you see here when you open it on your screen. I mean, when you open it on your own phone. So you will not be say, this one didn't show here. So please, that one should not be part. Okay, it's even work for everybody at the beginning. So never mind. You see, start 7-day free trial. No wahala. All right. New feed. So you see all of these here. You have your dashboard, the reference checks. This one, it will tell you whether you are using a fake reference or you are using a true reference. That's why the reference check is here. So you can even bring your work here, like those copy and paste work. You know, I copied from someone, somebody copied from me. Everybody just continue to change certain things, and we make the fake more fake, more fake. As more people continue to copy, it becomes original fake this time around. So it will get to a point that completely it will lose its originality, because we will have removed certain things that should have been retained. I've already removed certain things that should have been retained. While more people copy, they continue to remove those things, add their own false citations. This one can tell you whether those citations are right or they are wrong. So it does a reference check on its own. So let me just go here and you can ask it a question. The same question we ask what is this thing? Chat GPT the other time. We can also ask this one. It is AI. Now let me just end it here. All AI are AI. They are the same, they have the same algorithm. In most instances, you will get similar results because they are using almost the same database. If you don't believe it, when we are done with it, you can just try and check. In most instances, especially when you are using Copilot and ChatGPT, you get almost the same results, including this one. Another thing is that some of these are actually using ChatGPT. Integrated, yes, exactly. So that is why you continue to get a similar result, and that is what makes it easier for the plagiarism checker to find out that I have actually stolen this work. It's as simple as that. So I can ask any question, and I can say, give me citations, 5 citations on I want carbon emission in Africa. Sorry. So if you can see it from the screen, you see that it is telling us it is ranking 50 results. It has streamlined to 25 results. And next thing is to check for references and be certain. So it has checked 11 references. Fact checking my answer to make sure it is correct. So that is it from here. You can find, you can see all these results. And I can tell it that, like I told Google Scholar the other time, that the references should be within a certain range. Can also tell this one that the references it is giving me should be within certain period of time. It is going to bring those references, and they are actually genuine references. They're not just references. You will see the citation, how many people have actually used that particular paper, and that's what you see here on the right hand pane. So you can view the full text, you can cite that particular work. So you see the formatting. But I just want to copy the DOI. I copy the DOI and I go to my reference manager. I hope you all are seeing it on the screen. I just copy the DOI, http.doi.org, and the rest of the number. I'll go to my reference manager because I don't want to be copying all one by one. Just bring the DOI here, and it gives me the title. So I add this one to my list of reference. You can see the number of people who have written on it. Who wrote this particular paper. So Adebayo TS. So this is Adebayo author. I save it, and it becomes part of my work. That's all. So this one will also help you, this manager. Anyway, all the reference citation managers, they help to arrange your work in alphabetical order. So you don't have to worry whether you are citing letter T before letter A, or you are citing letter S before letter M. Don't worry, just continue to put them there. It continues to rearrange and make sure all of them are in alphabetical order. That's just it. And I want to stop here because of time. Jazakumullah khairan. Ahsan jazakum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. جزاكم الله خيرا. We want to thank you so much for this very excellent practical session. Honestly, this is quite a very interesting and enriching session. And I want to believe that our participants are both at home as well as those that are physically present here will attest to this. We've been introduced to a couple of tools today, from ChatGPT to Google Scholar, Zotero, MyBeam, Cite AI, and more. In fact, there is the benefit that we've also drawn today from advanced use of Microsoft Word. Many people don't know how to use certain tools in Microsoft Word. The references, the writing style guide, how to use table of content, list of figures, footnotes, right, or endnotes and similar things. We can't cover everything, but I want to believe that what we have been able to cover in this short period has been useful for everyone.
Once again, our respected brother Jibade Sayo, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. By the way, before he became Jibade,
Was one of our editorial, strong editorial team members. At some point, he was also our chief editor
Majlis Ansar Sultan of Qalam. So Jazakallah khairan for this. I believe that people have questions. Even before I said people have questions, I've already seen questions. So I think if you can see the questions yourself, can you take them like that? We just have 5 minutes for questions because our next facilitator is already on ground.
Yeah, these messages are about the audio, except the one that came in a moment ago from Mualim Zunuren.
Yeah, Mualim Zulurain Bello side.
Is
So I think
asking if we can get help from.
Okay, it is Zakara. So this first question is asking if we can get online help on how to prepare for lesson plan and lesson notes. Oh, that's so simple. If you actually started with us, we covered something on this particular one. The very prompt we used to a sample here is more like a preparing lesson plan or lesson notes. I think it should be both lesson plan and lesson note. But just let me say it because I'm also a teacher. And if you go to online, you can get something better. Khan Academy has a list of resources. Corey, please bring my phone. I just want to show it on the screen. My phone. Khan Academy has a list of resources, video that can help teachers. Like whatever topic you want to prepare for, whatever subjects you want to prepare for, you can watch Khan Academy for just some 30 minutes and you will be able to put down something very reasonable because it is a teacher teaching directly and it makes more sense. But then if you don't have internet, okay, there's nothing you can even do here without internet. So don't let me say if you don't have internet. If you don't want to go through that trouble, you can come through another trouble with Chat GPT, asking it to prepare a lesson plan on a certain topic, and it is going to prepare it for you. I said it earlier that you can always vary the prompts. I am presenting this for K-12. That's people from SS2 to SS3. Or you specifically mention their age. If you are teaching chemistry to a secondary school student, it's different from where you are teaching chemistry to an undergraduate. It is different from where you are teaching chemistry to a postgraduate students. They are not learning the same thing, whatever we may say about it, because the complexity of at each level is different. So I'm a secondary school teacher. I want to teach chemistry to my pupil. I don't know. Please, whoever is in science can suggest a topic. In economics, I want to teach demand and supply to two students. Give me an outline. It is going to give us an outline. Also, as a student, I can use it. Teach me this topic. It is going to teach. And you can also tell it, please teach me, put yourself in the position of my professor. Assume that I have zero knowledge of this topic and you want to take me from 0 to 100. Okay. You want to take me from 0 to 100. It's going to take that position and it is going to teach you whatever thing you want. So that is it for that number one question. How can we get his thesis or paper uploaded? Unfortunately, we did not write a paper. It is just a practical session, hands-on session. What you have in the PowerPoint that will be shared or might have been shared on our platform is just the outline of what we'll be doing or what we have done today. So it's just what it is, PowerPoint. Just shoki. We are touching on this, we are touching on the actual working was actually here. Once again, I'm very sorry that at a point in time, the audio was poor. this is Nigeria, we can't help you sometime. So that is that. The other question is, someone is still saying not audible. Okay. Among the several tools available at our disposal, what are the best ones to utilize when considering writing articles for sites? It depends on the site you're writing for. So if you're writing just for your website, that's another site. You're writing for journals. And when you're writing for journals, it has levels. Journals, they have levels. There are journals, they call them high impact journals. There are the ones we write in our departments that don't usually go beyond the gate of our school. In fact, they don't, in most instances, they don't get to another faculty. They are within our faculty. Those ones, they don't have the DOI we mentioned the other time. But we still pay. If you are writing for those ones, you can sleep and do it. If you are writing for high impact journal, because they will do every possible test to ensure that you have not stolen even a word in the work you are including. They want to see something that is impactful, that is truly yours, that is coming from your heart. If you are writing for those ones, you will still have to do work. Let me disabuse our mind. Yes, thank you. Someone has just written Khan Academy. So let me disabuse our mind that these tools we have mentioned, they are not replacing human intelligence in any way. They are just making our work easier. It is just like you want to cut your grass. You may decide to use your hand to pull the tree out of the ground. You may decide to find a cutlass. You may use a saw. It depends. You will still get the job done. How long it takes you is a question of the tool you are using. So if you want to uproot a tree from here, you won't just leave it and tell it uproot and it's going to uproot. No, you're still going to work. In fact, you will work more when you are using AI, because like I said, it is so easy to detect that this thing is an AI The flow is usually different from when a human being is writing. I wouldn't know, but I'm sure writers can always acknowledge this, that the flow are usually different. But because you don't know the difference, you may not see it. Those who have been working with so many papers, once they pick it up, they can know it. And there is another work that is called originality, originality.ai. It's another plagiarism checker. The schools don't even use it because nobody is going to pass if that one is used. Yes, if you should use AI to generate content like we have done, it's going to bring it. That the outline was generated by AI, like just the outline. It's going to bring it. Anyway, that is just it. So I can't say Jazakumullah khairan .ai. Yes, it's there on our charts now. So chairman has just helped us. We can use ChatGPT, the Google Scholar, the MyBib, the site, the Zotero, the Microsoft Word, the editor there, then the originality AI, and some other ones. I will not say this is the best one. It depends on what you are doing and who you are writing for. For some, you still need to do a lot of work. But if you are doing real work, there is no how you will not need any of the ones we have mentioned here. Like literature map, the lit map, you're going to need it. You will need Zotero, except you are just writing 5-6 pages. If you are writing 100 pages, you don't want to kill yourself because you'll be citing hundreds of references. So that is just it. Try those ones and we would be able to decide on your own which one is best for you. Thank God all of them have free versions. Jazakumullah khairan.
Jazakumullah khairan ahsan jazahan. Can we together say Jazakumullah khairan to our facilitators? Jazakumullah khairan, sir.
We
We
really
appreciate
appreciate
it.
the time. May
Allah
Allah
continue
continue
to
to
bless
bless
you.
you.
I
I
know
know
in
in
due
due
course
course
we
we
shall
shall
be
be
seeing
seeing
Dr.
Dr.
Taufik
Taufik
Ajibade,
Ajibade,
inshallah.
inshallah.
And I
I
think,
think,
Jama
Jamal
is
is
working
working
assiduously
assiduously
to,
to
crystallize
crystallize
the
the
vision
vision
of
of
the
the
Minaret
Minaret
International
International University.
University.
You
You
see,
see,
this
this
that
that
we
we
have
have
done
done
today
today
is
is
a
a big
big
contribution
contribution to
to
that
that
vision.
vision.
The
The
goal
goal
is
is
we
we
want
be able to produce as many PhDs as possible within the Jama, who will serve as the workforce, for the MIU. Now, to do that PhD, we're giving you a whole lot of tools. You have no excuse. Remember that as Abdullah Khan once said, that one of the interpretations of La in shakartum la azidannakum, that if you show gratitude to Allah, Allah will multiply the blessings that you have. It's also the fact that if God has blessed you with a certain knowledge, the application of that knowledge for useful purposes is a way to show gratitude, and Allah will bless you more, with knowledge that are useful. And that's why we hope that this session will inspire you to see that beyond just writing scholarly work, for spreading the message of the promised Messiah, والسلام, you would also take advantage of these to build yourselves, in terms of academic empowerment, obtain your PhDs, and come and serve the Jama in better capacity. We have the potential to change a whole lot of things that is wrong with Nigeria, but we need to be equipped, as much as possible for us to be fit to undertake that task. One of which is, if you look at, the Israelis, the the United States of America has the highest number of PhD holders in the world. Same thing, Germany, same thing, Israel. These things are not for fun. If people can build originality, they develop the capacity to think, to strategize. Joking that we can make a difference as members of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, right? The MIU should be that platform that allows us to pursue this very important ambition, position ourselves as top advisors, technocrats, to people who are in dirty politics, but we can always guide them as to do the best thing, that would steer our nation to better days that we hopefully think are ahead. May Allah continue to bless you, sir. We thank you once again. I'm sure people will still reach out to you on a personal note, and this is not going to be the end. May Allah preserve you for us. Again, we are looking at, so we hope that people will have utilized this basic introductory level, and next year, inshallah, we will have an advanced class, right? So next year, inshallah, may Allah preserve you for us, we will have an advanced class where we expect that people have used these tools, they've encountered certain challenges, and then they want to field questions, right, on some of these challenges. And perhaps we can even have deep dive sessions. We can have deep dive sessions. Yeah, inshallah. So maybe next year, instead of having multiple lectures, we'll just have sessions for each of the tools, where people can then deepen their skills. Because we know that if we do this, it's going to be, for our personal benefit and for the wider community benefit. Jazakumullah khairan. Without further ado, we want to transition to the next program. Jazakumullah khairan, sir. Thank you so much once again. And for this program, our respected barrister, Dr. Barrister Muhammad Bashiruddin Badru is joining us virtually. So may I kindly request Barrister Saab to, please carry on with your session, sir. We have the honor of our fathers joining us. We have our respected fathers, person of power, Shamsuddin Ario, in the room. We also have our respected father, Uncle T. Olashubu Idisab, also joining us physically. Thank you so much, sir, for your support to the Majlis Ansar Sultan al-Qalam. Jazakumullah khairan. Dr. Badru sir, please, over to you, sir.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد فبالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على خير الأنام سيدنا وسندنا وشفينا ومولانا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وأصحابه وعلى كل من تبعهم بالإحسان ومن نهج منهجهم السديد إلى يوم تبعثون. أيها المستمعون الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Sorry for the well, we're in Nigeria, so we hope to get better someday. And I think that is just what I will say for now. My topic is Islamic scholarly research methodology and tools. I will start like this. Okay, maybe Abdul Qadir can help me share my PowerPoint slide. It's just 10, and I'm going to talk to this 10 on the slides. So, Abdul Qadir, I don't know if you have received my PowerPoint presentation, please. Abdul Qadir, sir. Okay, probably it's still at the background. All right. When it is ready, then it will be shared, I hope. I can't see myself sharing by myself, but I will attempt if I'm able to. I will attempt if I'm able to. I'm currently trying to share, and if I'm able to see now, yes, I see here. Oh, unsupported document, please. Please select an image of PDF. I don't know what that means. It's saying my document is not supported. Okay. Abdul Qadir, if you can do that, I'm old school. Please help me out. All right.
Just in a jiffy, we are trying to bring it up.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Now, I have set out the objective for this discussion, the aim, and then I have broken it down into the introduction, then the key concept under this introduction, then the discussion point. So this is how I have actually broken the talk down. I said the objective of this exercise is to explore effective methodologies and tools for conducting research within Islamic scholarship. One thing we should appreciate as a member of this Jamaat is that, as I said, Nabi alayhi salam has done a very great job, a wonderful job of summarizing virtually all existing work on Islam. At his time, those works that were available prior to his emergence, he did an uncommon work of summarizing all these. And this is why when an Ahmadi speaks somewhere, you will think, because what we get within our few formative years in Atfal, in Khudam, is what some people spend 10, 15, 17, 20 years in Islamia and Madaris to learn. Yet they will say, even these years, they have yet completed what they ought to have known. Ahmadiyya, through Sayyidina Mahdi alayhi salam, summarized and made it compact for you, and it became so handy. And Ahmadi will speak, and he will be making reference to one book, that tira, and the people from outside will begin to wonder, this is a very big sheikh. Yeah, and this person talking doesn't even see himself as a sheikh. He sees himself as a student who is just trying to manifest what his teacher have taught him. So our objective is to explore effective methodologies and tools for conducting research within Islamic scholarship, you will see quite a number of materials, quite a number of works out there, and you wonder how an individual will be able to comprehend all this and fly with it. I stumbled upon the introduction, the Muqaddimah of Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun is this medieval scholar. He is usually called the mother of social sciences, or the father of social sciences, rather. So he wrote Al-Muqaddimah, just an introduction spanning 19 volumes. Just an introduction spanning 19 volumes. I think those things, I wouldn't know how they were able to do it at that time, because today, even with the age of technology, with the support of various forms of tools for writing, we have not seen authors writing like 19 volumes of a particular work today, despite the ease brought by technological tools. So the second objective for this forum is promoting rigorous and ethical research approaches, because we don't, as Ahmadis, number one, we should understand that it is not convenient for us to copy another person's work. It's not. Because they don't think the way we are thinking. They may copy our work because they want to adopt our thinking method. We don't think in their direction. So it's practically impossible for us to copy their work. I once saw a Muslim prayer book that we printed, that we published some years back, reproduced, I use the word reproduced, by somebody, probably I just refuse to mention the name of that individual. But when I mention it, you will also know in Ibadan. Removing the back, just removing the back and of our Muslim prayer book and putting another back there. And that is the book they share. They now shared it free. They stamp free behind it. That was first edition. That first edition, you will see the pictures our parents put there, the picture of the Pakistani leading prayer. It was there like that. They didn't edit. So when we started saying, what is this? We refused to even challenge them. Well, oh, okay, good. Our fathers believe that they are spreading our message. So when we say, what is this? They went and now edited the pictures and started putting their own pictures the way we did in that Muslim prayer book. We have ethical discipline that won't do such a thing. Then next, I look at the aim of this workshop. The aim of this workshop is to equip the participant with necessary tools and insights to conduct impactful research within the field of Islamic scholarship. Our grandparents are noted to be very well versed in whatever they are doing. And that was why when our grandparents took this country in the late 70s to early 80s, despite the scholarship challenges at that time we do not even have this number of scholars amongst us as Ahmadis. We have very dedicated people who were trained by dedicated missionaries. You see my emphasis on dedication, and that's the reason why this initiative couldn't have come at a better time than now. We seem, let me use that word, I don't want to say we have. We seem to have lost touch with our background because our parents are so committed. If my father had gone to school, probably he would have equally authored a book. But my father didn't see, never saw 4 walls of any institution. And the magic that he was performing at that time, I've yet tried to attempt to perform it. And what was that magic? My father would be translating the khutbah of the Pakistani missionaries without going to school. I started asking him, how do you understand what these people are saying? Number one, you never went to school. So how did you know? He said, Mualim AJJ Bada taught him those words, those English they are speaking. And so he taught him how to read and write. I was just, really? Is that really possible at this time? For somebody, Mualim AJJ Bada too, what is his qualification? And in all honesty, as a secondary school student, at least I could hear what these guys are saying, these Pakistani missionaries, what they are saying. And the interpretation my father was giving was rich. I was like, how is he able to understand what these people are saying? He never went to school. That was the dedication at that time. That was the commitment at that time. Our scholarship today is probably just for individual consumption. We are not deploying it to help in the promotion, the propagation of the Jamaat, and which is the essence, because Allah deliberately endowed this, as I said to Mahdi alayhi salam, as a renowned scholar, so that the scholars at his time will find it difficult to silence him. He was given everything he needed at that particular time to propagate the religion of Islam. And today, we are drinking from that fountain, and yet we are not giving back to the society. May Allah forgive us. Next, I come to introduction of key concept of this talk. One, be defining Islamic scholarship and its significance. Yeah, I've moved to introduction. We'll be defining Islamic scholarship and its production, and its significance. Then next, we'll also be discussing historical development of Islamic research. Then we'll also be discussing distinction between Islamic and secular methodologies. Do we have similar method of research? Do we have similar method of approach to scholarship, to research? Then we will look at it. We will also look at that. Then, under this, we will ask questions like, what actually constitutes valid Islamic research? How do you say we have a valid Islamic research? Then we also look at the role of the Quran and Hadith. And we also look at some other sources of Islamic research in shaping our framework, okay? In academic research, framework is very, very important, because that is the foundation your research is sitting. I remember while trying to defend my thesis, then in March, the examiner was particularly interested in my framework. And the questions, I think probably 70% of his questions were directed at my framework. And alhamdulillah, he was able to see that, yes, that foundation was actually carrying the load as it is expected. So we also integrate classical and contemporary sources. We want to see how they were doing it at the time of Ibn Khaldun. Then we also want to see what writers are particularly concerned about at our time, the emerging challenges. What are those things that today constitute things that are necessary for us to write about? So next, I will also look at methodological approaches, the types of methodology. We have the one we call qualitative method. This is where you use the textual analysis. Somebody has written, for instance, the man who wrote analytical view of Ahmadiyya standpoint, something like that. I am trying to recall the title of that book. When you see the response given by this guy who is doing Ahmadi Answers, majority of us are familiar with Ahmadi Answers, and if you are not familiar with Ahmadi Answers, please go to YouTube and look for Ahmadi Answers. That young man is doing a wonderful job for the Jamaat. So you break down the textual quotations, this text. Okay, they have mentioned the verse of the Quran. For instance, we want to discuss Khatamun Nabiyyin. Everybody who say the Quran has said this, Quran has said this. Yes, we are looking at, yes, the Quran has said this. Thank you very much, Razi Said. Razi is a wonderful scholar. Is someone I follow every moment. Every of his clip I follow. We want to look at Khatamun Nabiyyin, finality of prophethood. You want to interrogate the textual, the Quranic concept, the Quranic text on this issue. How many times have the Quran used this word? There was this answer that was provided by the fourth Caliph sometimes ago during his session, and he cited 60 proofs where the word khatam was used and how it was used in classical texts. And why are the contemporary scholars challenging the use, the interpretation of Ahmadiyya on khatam? 60 forms of using khatam. He mentioned khatamul muhaqqiqin, khatamul shuara, and he said all these meant the same thing according to our interpretation of what khatamul nabiyyin actually means in the Quran. And he challenged the word, asking, wherever the word khatam has come, and what follows is not a plural noun, then bring it and let me know what it means according to the user, what he actually meant in the usage. Up to today, I have not seen anyone taking up that challenge. So we're also looking at types of methodology. We have qualitative method, that's textual analysis, and what we call hermeneutics. You know, this is actually a study. Hermeneutics is the study and interpretation of text, so that you know how have people, for instance, Wafatu Isa, when we are discussing Wafatu Isa, we come to reason that, okay, Imam Malik bin Anas used the word wafat, and he said, Tawaffa, ay mumituk, meaning wherever it is used, and Allah is the one who is the doer, then it can't mean any other thing, except where Allah himself chooses to interpret it differently. Otherwise, where it is used in that context, then it means death. So you look at, I'm referring to the meaning of hermeneutics. I said it means this is the study and interpretation of text, especially religious texts. So then we also, hermeneutics also covers philosophical works. You know, under methodology of qualitative method of research, we also look at case studies, okay? This is what this text is saying. This is how these texts are being used. And that is why the interpretation here cannot be different from our own interpretation, because we have only adopted the interpretation that are being used over time. So before, and you can't build nothing. You can't build something on nothing. You cannot say, that's why we have continued to challenge those who said our interpretation was selfish. We have asked them, okay, how is your interpretation selfless? Because we do not found a foundation for your interpretation. Any researcher will open his mind in this manner to accommodate. If when they write a book criticizing you or your sect, do not just close your mind, do not read the abuse. Read the context and now find reasons, challenge those concepts, those textual contexts they use. How have they arrived at this? How did they get this? If you do not find a way of interrogating yourself and research, certain things are very, very important. I mentioned framework. I also need to mention research questions. Before you put pen to paper, you must ask yourself, who am I writing for? What am I writing? And why? And, you know, number one, try to break down this whys plus H. What? Why? Who? How? If you're able to break this down, then you'll be able to formulate your research questions. It will also matter your intention, because your audience is also particularly important. And for our sake, academic research will be slightly different from the way we do our own research. Just for public consumption, you know, you want to write a refutation, probably you want to write a rejoinder, probably you want to communicate our beliefs to the public. So the method will always be different slightly from the academic research methodology. Then there is this we call doctrinal method. It's very similar to qualitative method. Use of library, use of journals and books. Then we have quantitative method. The quantitative method is when you want to do survey, you want to do statistical analysis, and you want, this is what is called empirical research. You want to know, for instance, there is a publication on eclipse. The hadith on eclipse has been broken down, and this person now went through the archive and saw the history of eclipse. Now, the way the Prophet ﷺ has prophesied, has this eclipse, the history of eclipse, has it happened the way this has been prophesied? And the Prophet ﷺ says, it has never happened and it won't happen. So let's see whether in the history, whether this hadith is correct. And now this kind of research is empirical. He's doing a survey. He is conducting, you know, sometimes you find people sharing with you survey questionnaire, asking you to help them fill the form and return. This is survey. This is gathering data. This is gathering information. So this is a kind of research. And this can also be done as a Muslim scholar writing on religion. So you can also conduct empirical research. And this is one of it that I've just mentioned. How to choose, I'm coming to this discussion point now. How to choose an appropriate research methodology will be based on your research question. I mentioned this earlier. So when you design your research question, you will be able to tell whether, okay, fine, where we have gotten to is I am writing on, okay, there is a research question or there is a topic I gave to my supervisor. He wanted a topic especially on for project. And I said, okay, why don't you look at hermaphroditism, the case of hermaphrodite? How have the Muslims been able to look at this issue? Are we just walking past? Have we done any research? And he went and came back and said, yes, he actually found that there have been works on hermaphrodites. And He said it is called Kuntha. I said that is correct. Then now further questions, you won't just be copying what they wrote there. So what are you going to do? Now, we broke it down to ask questions. What they said in those materials it came back with were like, okay, the summary is, if a hermaphrodite exhibits probably the feature in that hermaphrodite is of a female that is more pronounced. If he does this or if she does that, and then we will know that this hermaphrodite is a female and not a male. So we'll be able to determine and choose gender. The topic then was gendering the ungender body. So choose a gender for this hermaphrodite. I said, fine. But what if this hermaphrodite exhibits the two? This hermaphrodite is wearing breasts like a woman, and it has a male organ, and that male organ is as active as the female organ under there too. So how do you classify this person? He said, well, medically, they say we should, medically you examine. He is fertile inside, and he is also fertile like a man. So what happens? And he was able to get, in a survey, persons who are hermaphrodites who were ready to give interview, who were ready to say, yes, I am carrying both, and both are active. So this is how researcher should ask himself foremost questions, so as to know, okay, what appropriate method will I use in this my research? And that is that's the starting point. Then the second important thing is the importance of context in Islamic scholarship, because you cannot be writing out of context. I wrote a paper on Rojmu, that is stoning to death, with a friend. We said, okay, this stoning to death of an adulterer under the Sharia, where did it come from? Because the case that was related in that hadith was not even a case of a Muslim woman. So how does it become the issue of is Muslims now adopting this form to punish an adulterer, when the Quran says the punishment for an adulterer is lashes, 100. So how do we now transmit to accepting stoning, especially in the face of some other discussions in the Quran? Allah says in the Quran, where a slave and a free man both committed the same offense, then the punishment you met to a free man, half of it is what you are going to give to a slave. So where a slave and a free man now commit adultery, how do you punish both of them with stoning? How do you have stoning to death? So these are fundamental questions. So you cannot take your mind off context you are writing from. Yes, sometimes when you are writing, your mind will go to some other things, but try to bring it back and ensure that you are within the context, because it has to flow from the introduction to the body. It has to seamlessly flow for readers to be able to say, oh, fine, I think I'm enjoying what I'm reading. Otherwise, you will just be putting up some disjointed article. Then ethical consideration in research involving human subjects is particularly important. There are ways in which we write. You see, I have just spoken about hermaphrodite, and you cannot just be mentioning the male organ and female organ so carelessly, like you are writing a porn or a pornographic movie. So that is not how we do it, especially if you are writing as a religious scholar. Tools and resources for research. Dr. Ajibade has discussed certain tools with us, and we have become so familiar with some of this. But I will just mention, for the purpose of our discussion, we have some essential tools, and one of which is reference management software, like EndNote. When you are writing a paper, probably you want this paper to have EndNote, so that every references you mention is banished to the end of the paper. So it's numbered, and when anybody clicks, he finds it at the end of the note. It's always called EndNote. We also have, for instance, in law, we use footnote. We use footnote. Every reference we make, we banish it to the bottom of the paper, and it is called footnoting. So in law, as legal practitioners, we adopt the footnote citation method. Then we also have Zotero. We also have Mendeley for organizing sources. I think Dr. Ajibade mentioned how these sources are organized when you are adopting some of these essential tools. Then another tool for research is digital library. We have some digital library. As you are writing as a Muslim scholar, you cannot take your eyes away from. I remember somebody, Dr. Ajibade mentioned Aga Khan Academy. There are some research done in this, and I remember Dr. Ajibade also mentioned the Chat GPT. You know, AI has come to let me say, AI has come to help you rediscover yourself. You cannot leave all your job to AI to do for you. No, AI will give you a guide as to what you need to do. So some of these digital libraries, especially even in law, we have some tools for research. You know, legal research, I wouldn't know about other research. Legal research appears to be one of the complex form of researches I have ever met. Yes, I write in how many capacity? I write in capacity as a missionary. So I will start my talk usually with preamble, you know, but academic world, you will need abstract, not a preamble. So I write in this perspective, and I also write as an academic. So in digital libraries, I have often used this tool called Al-Maktaba. Al-Maktaba, just type Al-Maktaba and you will find it displayed. You ask any question. And you also see, if you go to alislam.org, go to our library, if any material, anything you are looking for, just type it, and you will see works, several works there. So research has been made easy, but the lazy may not find it easy, because if you're not ready to write, if you want to write a page, you will have read about 10 or less books. You cannot just read one book and you want to write a page. It's not possible, except you want to copy what is in that book. So you will have written a minimum of 5-6 books to be able to complete a page, because they are not your idea, but they are idea that synchronizes, with your own idea. So, and with your own idea, you already have the conception in your mind, and okay, fine, this is speaking to me, then you'll be able to adopt. You have Al-Maktaba, you have Al-Shamila, then you have Islamic University Online, you have Aga Khan. Then another essential tool is research databases. The JSTOR, the Google Scholar, the Islamic Journal of high repute. You have some journals from University of Islamic University of Malaysia, something like that. I think that's the name. So you have some well-researched materials. Consult. Your topic will determine how many the width or the depth of materials you can access. What I've just mentioned, when you evaluate the credibility of your sources, then you will be able to know. Now, this discussion point, you'll be able to know whether this is necessary, this is relevant to me or not. I was reading an article while working on the research, and I saw MT Ahmad. That person just cited MT Ahmad. So I now went and typed MT Ahmad to be able to know who is this MT Ahmad. To my utmost surprise, in fact, I have not even come across that paper, that lecture of Mr. Toyer Ahmad. When I typed MT Ahmad and I put the topic, and Google just told me it's Mr. Toyer Ahmad and told me when that lecture was delivered and where. So the person was smart not to have mentioned the full name of Mr. Toyer Ahmad, whether in the footnote or at the end note. No, he just did like that. Maybe trying to escape being accused of using Ahmadiyya literature. So you evaluate the credibility of your sources, then utilizing online tool for collaboration and data analysis. Sometimes you will need the online tools to help analyze your data. Probably you have gathered some information, and Dr. Ajibade has discussed that. You have gathered some information and you want the AI to help you organize some of these things. You can. AI will help you and position them the way you wanted to do that, but you couldn't have been able to do it until you have done your research too. Then integrating traditional text with modern text. In writing, it is always safe. In fact, in Islamic writing especially, it's always safe to let us know what is the fatwa that have been passed in the past by qualified jurists on this issue. Okay, this is their opinion. That's why you hear most of the times people will quote Bin Baz, people will quote this man they always celebrate for hadith. They will quote him. Then a lot of quotations like that. You need to sit back and see what was the position in the Islamic era. What was the position in the medieval era? What is the position at this time? If there is a variation, why the variation? What is the reason for the variation? You should be able to, on your own, do your analysis. Nobody will say, oh, because this has been said somewhere. Yes, you have compared what was said in the classical Islamic era. You have considered what was said in the medieval era. Now, you are looking at what is being said at the contemporary time, and now you are bringing out your opinion, whether what was said is still is synchronizing, or there is an academic theft or scholarship theft by these authors. That no. They deliberately were trying to change the narratives from what the position used to be. And why? If they are not able to provide this, then there is going to be a challenge. Writing and publishing research. So I have come to probably the final stage of writing. Any author, especially, I read something written by Hafiz Abdul Rafiq Alaka. I had to quickly, I saw it on WhatsApp, so I had to quickly put it on Word application and print, because that thing, I cannot miss it. It is a result of critical thinking. He was analyzing Maulud Nabi. That the scholars of today are so immersed in discussing whether it is right or it's not right and the rest of them. But that is not his mind.
His mind is to bring you to what are those things that are so necessary and particular about the Prophet ﷺ that we should celebrate today. So I found the effort of his critical mind in that research, and I was so glad to print and keep a copy. So writing standard, your structure as an Islamic research writer, probably you may need the abstract, you may not, you may just need the introduction, you may not. That was, I said, abstract or preamble, then or introduction. Then your method of this research is also particular, especially if you are writing for academic purposes. I saw a paper written about the death of Christ. For academic purpose, I used it last week during our Sarah to Nabi. That paper was what I brought to the mosque for my discussion, because it's a discussion paper. And some of our beliefs here can also be interrogated at the academic platform. You begin to push this. What I wrote on Rajmu is especially the belief of Ahmadiyya, and it is published in journals, so that other scholars will begin to interact with it and say, no, I agree with this. No, I don't agree. That is scholarship. It's either you have found something you felt, no, I need to do more research on this and see whether this person is writing correctly what he is supposed to write, or there is a problem with what he has written. So wherever there is that problem, it will only be backed. It's not just to say, no, this is nonsense. No, you back that nonsense you want to pronounce, back it up with your own research. So the importance of clarity, coherence, and academic rigor is also necessary, because you are not writing for your own personal consumption. You are writing for the public to interrogate your work. Then your publishing insight should also include identify suitable journals and understanding what it meant to be to have a peer review. So this is what MASQ is doing. When anybody sends any article to MASQ, they have editors that will look at it and see whether it is publishable or not publishable. This is what is called peer review. And sometimes you even have a blind peer review. It doesn't carry a name, so you don't even know who wrote what. So then you are just working on it as a reviewer, as an editor. You want to see whether it meets the criteria for publication. And if it does, then off you go. Thank you for having me. I probably may need to go. I wouldn't know whether I still have time, because I only did at the beginning some highlights, and in the middle I started discussing, and there are omissions from the highlights I have not discussed. For instance, significance of Islamic scholarship. It is especially for preservation of knowledge. At the time of the Prophet Islam, despite the fact that the Prophet Islam is unlettered, he was able to preserve the Quran for us. And this is how it was preserved. We all have it on record that these things were not only communicated to memory, they were written in some form, in some materials like patches and skin and, sort of. So it's also guidance for practice. If these things are not documented, your work today will become a reference point for others tomorrow. So if you have not attempted to write, then I remember I wrote something for Review of Religion, I think sometimes 2 years ago, thereabout. During NSAS, okay, it was during NSAS, is civil disobedience, the NSAS case. So what is the Islamic perspective? So tomorrow, I know it's going to be used as a reference point for people to see that Islam does not advocate that you come to the street and start destroying properties in the name of protest because you feel your leaders or your rulers are not doing the right thing. So it is also for intellectual engagement. So scholarship Islamic scholarship encourages critical thinking and dialogue, fostering a deeper understanding of faith in relation to modern issues. We have also cultural identity. It contributes to cultural and intellectual identity of Muslim community, reflecting their values and traditions. So we also have interdisciplinary insight. You want to compare the position of Islam with the other positions and how do they view these issues. Part of those things I advised my supervisee working on hermaphroditism is to compare what other religions will have said or have said rather about this individual. One of those questions I asked him to raise in his research is where a hermaphrodite has the two fissures perfectly functional. So can such a, and that child was raised as a Hafiz, for instance, but this child is a Hafiz, yes, but carrying female fissure. But both fissures, both organs are perfectly active even at adulthood. So can this person, how do you advise this individual Muslim to dress? That's number one. Number two, how does he pray in the mosque? Where does he stay particularly? At the male side or at the female side? Number three, can this individual become an imam with the fissure that is pronounced, that is visible to people's eyes? So critical thinking, like I said, is essential for any work that you attempt to publish. Let me stop here for questions. Jazakumullahu khairan asna jaza.
Jazakumullahu khairan ahsana jazahan, beloved Dr. Barrister Bashiruddin, Muhammad Bashiruddin Badrusayim. We are pleased that you've been able to share a drop from the ocean of knowledge Allah has blessed you with this esteemed audience. So we will take questions now. Interestingly, you actually still have a few minutes left, but
okay.
We already have some questions that, about 4 questions currently, others are still anticipated. So you do have some more time to speak to some of these. Any other issues you want to speak to while answering the questions. So the first question here is, what tools can writers use to cite Arabic version of Quranic verses, hadith, and other textual sources in articles or other scholarly work? Should I take all the questions, or we should take it one after the other?
You can take all the questions so that I write them down.
All right, sir. Have you taken note of the first one?
Yes, what tools can be used
to cite Arabic version of Quranic verses, hadith, and other textual sources?
Arabic versions of Quran and hadith.
Yes.
Arabic texts.
Yeah. And the second question is, what online Arabic dictionary can be used for translation of Arabic literature to English?
Okay.
And the third one is, which digital tool would you recommend for translation of Arabic literature?
Okay.
So possibly AI-related tools, if there are any.
Okay.
So interestingly, you had discussed critical thinking as a core element of scholarly research and publishing. So how can we develop critical thinking and critical writing? Because sometimes we think critically, but not necessarily write critically. So how do we build these complementary skills, especially when we want to speak to or address controversial issues?
Okay.
So those are the questions we have for now. Respected participants, please send in your questions while we treat these questions, and we will take them thereafter. Jazakumullah.
Okay. Barakallah. Now, let me start with the one on tools. I think I mentioned some digital databases and resources. If you have a text that you want to cite and you feel sometimes, copying some text from somewhere and you want to impute it into your Word application, you will just see it disorganized. But you can use Al-Maktaba. You can use Al-Maktaba. You also have Quran.com. You also have Quran.com. That also provides easy access to Arabic Quran text along with various translations. You also have Sunnah.com. So all these can help, particularly when you want to lift the tests, the original Arabic text, and place it on your work. So this can be useful. Then with regards to the dictionary to use, I think I would probably recommend we have several. I've always used any available one. Any available one, as long as there is no distortion with respect to the interpretation or the meaning provided, especially. I have a list of classical Arabic dictionaries that I have always found useful online. And you have the Lisan al-Arab, and this is also one you find that the Jamaat use frequently. It is authored by Ibn Manzur. So you also have another one, Taj al-Arus. And Fourth Khalifa will always use both Lisan al-Arab and Taj al-Arus. So Taj al-Arus was authored by Murtada Zabidi. So you also have this, I think it's called, what's the name of this Arabic text, Arabic dictionary? It was published by a particular academy in Cairo. Al-Majamu al-Wasat. Al-Majamu al-Wasat. I think it's this. Al-Majamu al-Wasat. I think so. I'm just trying to recall the name. Then you also have Al-Mawrid. This is written by Rohi Balbaki. It's also a well-respected dictionary. And you have dictionary written by Ware. It's called Dictionary of Modern Arabic. So any of these Arabic dictionaries can be used. And there is this one by Al-Badawi, Muhammad Abdul Halim. Both of them authored the dictionary called the Dictionary of Quranic Usage. Dictionary of Quranic Usage. Then you can also use some of the dictionaries that are also displayed on ahmadiyya-alislam.org, because there are some dictionaries in our library there that is usually referenced that, okay, the meaning we are using is from this dictionary. So I got those two questions, and then there is another question on critical thinking plus. Please, can you take that question again? Hello. We also have some. We also have some online dictionaries. Yes.
The question on
Al-Qamus Mu'ayt is always handy online. when you search Al-Qamus any meaning there is also one of the recognized classical contemporary dictionaries for use. Yes, please.
Okay, so the question on critical thinking is how can we develop critical thinking and critical writing skills to address controversial issues?
Oh, thank you very much. I think I have mentioned that. First, disabuse your mind from dislike. Okay, somebody has written something against the Jamaat. Beware of the danger of Ahmadiyya, for instance. And he started with an abuse and with some vulgar languages about the founder of the Jamaat. If you allow it to affect your mind, you won't be able to critically assess what he has written, because you will be reading from the perspective of hate. Your mind, if you are not, I remembered the response of the fifth Caliph to is it the Charlie Hebdo or that writing in from Netherlands about the Holy Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu, where he said that the Prophet was a pedophile. And I read few pages in those days. At that time, I read like few pages. I was like, I can't read this thing. I can't read this thing. Because the more I read, the more I feel like, no, is this man? Is he sick? Is he? So you have to first train your mind not to allow you get distracted. Otherwise, when the fourth Caliph responded in his sermon to that writing, I said, yes, only he can do this, because few pages, I cannot continue. If he has not read the entire work, there is no way he could have responded. So he is used to such banters, so he doesn't see it. He is only looking at his own assignment, his job, to defend Islam. So foremost is train your mind to be able to ask questions, and do not allow hate or passion to overshadow your thinking. If you do that, you won't be able to achieve anything, and you will get stuck while writing, because you want to write in the same manner the person has written. And go and look at all our rejoinders. You will never find a single rejoinder we have written in the manner in which we were attacked. I remember the one written by Baba Shakil Munir against that person who wrote from Jos against the Jamaat. And Baba Shakil Munir's response was, this is a guide for the seeker. So instead of attacking that individual, he picks every statement he makes and was responding to those statements. So first, have a clear mind as to what you want to do. You don't have to hate this individual. You should put this individual in the premise of someone who is ignorant. So, and you want to educate this individual, and you want to liberate this individual from the clutches of ignorance. So first, train your mind to accommodate. If you are not able to do that, then you won't be able to critically assess that write-up and critically respond in a better manner. So the way to have a critical mind in thinking and writing is, first, disabuse your mind of bias. You can't be biased and have clarity of what you want to do. Jazakumullah. Please, can you remind me of the fourth?
The fourth question relates to, I think you've already somewhat addressed the fourth question, but okay, the digital AI tools that you can recommend for translation of Arabic literature.
Okay, I think I've answered that. I've mentioned some some materials, some tools that can be used.
So there's a question probably related to that. Is there any site to verify quotations at this time and age where anyone can, cook up any any Arabic word claiming it was from the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? How do we verify, the veracity of these, claims or quotations?
Well, probably I'll work on that. It is not part of my research right now, and I may try to work on that. And one of those tools, like the fourth question directs, is Google Translate. Yeah, Google Translate cannot be emphatically correct because it's like, garbage in, garbage out. So, because sometimes you find in Google Translate certain things you feel like, hi, is this really correct? Then we also have DEEPL translator. It can be used to translate Arabic texts. And it has beautiful key features because it is AI powered, like Google Translate too, and is best when Arabic support is added. It will be ideal for more complex and nuanced texts. So then we also have Microsoft Translator. I have not used Microsoft Translator at any time. I've not used that one at any time. Then you also have iTranslate. iTranslate is also very, very useful. There is one, it's called Tarjim, tarjim.ly. Tarjim.ly. It's just a translation. It's anything you want to put there, you put it and it comes back to you. Whether you put it in Arabic or you put it in English, it will either ways get you the translation. So you have quite a number, and you can pick and choose which one actually supports your work.
All right. Jazakumullahu khairan, sir. Really appreciate the responses. I think we have another contribution that Al-Maktab Shamila is also a good tool for.
Yeah, I've mentioned Al-Maktab Shamila.
Yes. So do we have any further questions? Any other question from members that are present here or others who are participating online? Yes, go ahead.
So, Assalamu alaikum
wa barakatuh.
So you mentioned just now as to why it isn't allowed in Islamic journalism to attack the personnel of the writer or the publisher. However, I want to believe that there are certain aspects of journalism that you necessarily need to discredit not his person, but the validity of the writer.
Yes.
So that one will be able to, bring about the necessity to, discredit further discussion or discussion coming from that same person.
Yeah.
For instance, someone wrote something about the Jamaat, and it is understood that that person does not even have the right authority to challenge anything he has written about. So how do we go about writing to discredit the validity of the person itself without attacking them?
Okay, Jazakumullah. An example just came to my mind immediately before you conclude your question. In 2021, right? I think it's 2021. After the much touted Aburo Amos challenge. Why is Ahmadiyya not accepting his challenge? Blah, blah, blah. We went to his environment in Ibadan and staged a 4 full-day public lectures. And what did we do? We took every of his allegation from day one. Every of his allegation against the Jamaat, we serialized it. Okay? You will handle from 1 to 8. You will handle from 9 to 17. Like that. We serialized all his allegations and start putting it out one by one. Now, we now came to something. Because there was a challenge he put out in Shaki that this book, where the collection of dreams, what's his name? The book on collection of dreams of the Prophet Tazkira. Tadkira he said this Tadkira, he said this book is the Quran of Ahmadiyyat, and there were only 4 in this country, 4 that he can mention where the 4s are kept. One is with the Amir and is kept under lock and key. Another one is with, I think he mentioned Dr. Timei, that he has another one. Then another one is with one man in Ibadan that he snatched away from Ahmadiyya. So the 4th one, he has it. If you can produce, if anybody can produce additional one, he will spend 10 years serving that person. We went to his environment and we came to Jokoro. We took about 20 copies and put it on the table like this. That Aburo Amos said that there are only 4 of these books in Nigeria. That if anybody can produce just one, he will spend 10 years doing the khidma, service to that person. He said, Aburo Amos should come out today because he has 100 years of khidma to do. Because these are just some that we brought. And to everyone listening to us today, this book is online. This book is online. Can you imagine how many people will have it? So Aburo Imo has Idima to do, even after he's dead, to continue to do in his grave. We have not insulted him. We have only debunked his falsehood, exposed him to the public as a perfidious liar. But we didn't call him that name. So there are more intellectual ways of telling another person. They say diplomacy is a word with which you tell someone to go to hell, and is actually making preparation to take the journey. So, Ahmadiyya has always been very diplomatic and careful. Despite the hurt, the pain we feel when we read some of these writings, we don't react in the same manner. I think it's always clever, and you know, we are not journalists. We are Muslim scholars. Journalists can put pen to paper and write whatever they like. We cannot do that. The best we can do is challenge the authority of the writer and ask the writer to provide proofs where he did not. Okay, what we did was to write to Abu Rahima to come and attend that public lecture. That's the wisdom of the Amir Sahib, that we should first write and invite him for that lecture. If he shows up and is ready to take that challenge of our debate, good, then we'll do a debate with him. But if he's not ready, then we'll have sent the message to people that are far more than him. And that was exactly what we did. From that moment onward to today, Abu Rahima has been very quiet about Ahmadiyya. That is the strongest weapon for silencing people. Jazakumullah.
Jazakumullah khairan ahsana jazaan. So we still have a couple of minutes left.
All right, sir.
We have anyone who still wants to ask respected Dr. Saib question regarding this presentation. We will get the presentation to all participants, inshallah. We will be sharing a form that you can use to drop your emails so that we can share the workshop resources with you all, inshallah. It looks like we don't have any more questions. So we want to thank you so much, sir, for taking out time out of your very busy schedule to deliver this very insightful lecture. I think as much as possible, as members of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, we owe the world that gift of light. I remember the current Uzur Ayadahullah Ta'ala bin Nasr al-Aziz once said that one of the ways that we can show gratitude to Allah for being member of this community is to extend the grace to other people, which means that one of the ways we do that is through our scholarly writing. At Majlis Ansar Sultan al-Qalam, we regularly publish articles written by members. We have our editorial guild. So when you submit articles, it goes through peer review. A respected Dr. Badru Saab is one of our editors. Right? They screen the writing and ensure that it's something that is worthy to be out there. They apply a whole lot of critical lens to ensure that appropriate level of deep thinking and analysis have gone through the process of putting out any particular piece of writing. So don't be afraid. We will take a break shortly. But while we take that break, we also have a task for everyone that has participated in this session. This task is going to be what we would use for our next session, which will be facilitated. So we are jumping a session, writing reference styles, because we've sort of covered some of these earlier in the lecture given by our respected brother Ajibade Saib. So we want you to take this time to put together, 500-word essay, so to speak, write on any Islamic topic of your choice. You can apply some of the tools that we have learned already today, between 500 to 1,000 words. The goal is for us to apply what we have learned so that by the next session, which will be facilitated by respected Professor Said Olurotimi Timeyin, Write With Me, we want to be able to take a few writing sample and analyze them, see what is good about them, and then see what can be improved. Because unless you get feedback on the quality of your writing, because the quality of your writing does not necessarily, reflect the quality of your thinking. Possibly you don't just have the right set of tools to write better, or the right mastery of the element of grammar, to write better. So I remember taking a class during my master's degree while I was studying in the UK. Before that class, whenever I read any published paper, the impression I had was, for a paper to be on the internet, that must be a good one. But that myth was busted because there are very stupid ideas that have been well published online. There's the critical reading. You see, when we say critical, that word critical can be applied to all the 4 kinds of skills of communication. There's critical listening. there is critical writing, there is critical reading. So if you don't know how to read critically, you are likely not going to be able to write critically, right? And you will not know unless you get feedback. When I wrote my thesis, every time, and this is what we do when we write our thesis in university, you know, when you write chapter 1, what do? You take it to your lecturer. The lecturer reviews and give you what? Feedback. Many of us did not use those feedback well. We just wanted to complete that process. And that's why our writings have not really improved significantly. If we apply ourselves and practice and get feedback, even academic researcher, PhD holders that have had several years of experience, they still struggle with getting their manuscript accepted by journals because people will critique your work. They will challenge your thinking. And that process, that feedback mechanism is where your growth lies. I'm saying this because it is good for those of us who already have a writing sample that we want to share. But we've listened to a series of lectures yesterday and even today. We can apply this tool. Learning by practice is very important. When we apply them, so we have this bit of time to do this and put together just a 500 word or 1,000 word, write just to test run how you are thinking. You can even do your very quick outline using, so the essay doesn't have to be, just choose a topic of your choice, anyone you are comfortable with. For example, I was reading something online recently, and someone was saying that it is haram for somebody to pray while on the plane. That you should pray while sitting, while on the plane. This can be a topic you want to talk about. Some people believe that even while on the plane, that you can stand up and stand in between the aisles where there are spaces and say your prayers. That why should you not be bold about your religion? That you are an hypocrite if you are sitting to pray. Then some people began to argue, how will you know Qibla? These are controversial issues. Some people say, no, I don't enjoy praying while sitting. It doesn't give me that humility that I'm praying in front of God. These are areas you can begin to pick on and analyze. Do you know what that will mean? There are a lot of there are a lot of mufassirun on YouTube. If you watch some YouTube videos, you will see some comment, people giving comment back and forth, giving various examples here and there. But imagine you pick that topic and write about it, elucidate that point, look at it from various perspectives, and deal with it. Do you know how many people you would have guided to worship their Lord better? Right? So again, let's just pick any topic of our choice, anyone we are comfortable with. Let's put together 500 to 1,000 words. You don't even know, some of us don't know that a paragraphing has a structure. Paragraphing has a structure. I can tell you for that. In 2013, I wrote TOEFL exam. And believe me, you are timed for that exam. That timing, just about 30 minutes, you are expected to write certain essays, about 500 words thereabout. You are expected to write an essay within 30 minutes. You don't know the topic before. You sit down at your computer and you have to type out that essay based on the prompt you see on the screen. So how long does it take you to write your normal articles? But now you're in an exam situation. This is where strategic tools come in. When I was studying, I had come across a particular book that explained the principle of paragraphing and gave a formula. All I did was first type that formula. When I typed that formula as, the skeleton, and then started to flesh it up, that formula had helped me to connect all the, because there's the concept, I cannot explain everything here, But that formula had helped me. Once I wrote, and within those 30 minutes, get the score that I had from that particular writing, episode. I had 28/30. And this is something you have to do within 30 minutes. And you will see your timer. Your timer is reading. But if you don't have anything, a formula for building out your paragraph, imagine that you are now thinking, where do I start? What should begin? What should you don't even know how to structure and sequence your ideas. And it becomes a problem. So there are skill sets to this thing, I can tell you. And this is some of this. We'll get to some of these things later on as we go through the session on Write With Me. Of course, I didn't intend to take any class, but I can actually take a class on paragraphing skills. I have crazy amount of resources on how to write paragraphs in itself. Writing, I tell you, writing is not something that you develop by wishing, it's by practice. I had bought some books while I was in the UK on writing. In fact, there's a book that I like so much. They Say, I Say. That's the title of the book. They Say, I Say. It helps you to understand how to own your voice. Sometimes when we write, some people just write by writing their own ideas and opinions. You don't realize that writing is a conversation. That was one of the things I learned from that book. Writing is a conversation. People before you have discussed certain issues before your time, before you even know how to write 1, 2, 3 or ABC. Can you bring that discussion and then bring your own voice? And that book, it gives you excellent prompts on how to switch between what others are saying and what you are saying. Type that book on the internet and you can download the PDF version, but it will be older edition. They Say, I Say. It tells you that you should always have a voice. You cannot write and just be saying what other people are saying. When you write a paragraph, you say what other people are saying. You have to bring in your own analysis of what they have said, and then bring in your own unique originality, synthesizing all they have said. And when you do this, the quality of your writing will be excellent. I tell you for free. And based on personal experience, most of us, when you rise to leadership level, you need writing. Did you see the situation of, I think one of our leaders, who somebody wrote a speech for him, but didn't realize that it was a plagiarized speech, right? And that's because sometimes if you don't have the skill to read a speech and analyze it yourself, then it becomes a problem. There are also issues with fact checking. So it's something we need to do by practice, not something we just say, I think I want to just write out of passion. You build the skill, you learn it. I bought books on grammar. Sometimes our grammar is not very good because we've not practiced enough or revised. I keep reading books on grammar from time to time because you can't remember everything. I remember when our respected father, Uncle Shobede Sab, was one of our teachers in Jamia. He took us on some classes in English, literature, and those. When he asked us to read The Trial of Brother Jero, the first time I read that book, what is this nonsense that Wole Soyinka is saying in this book? It was so esoteric. Couldn't even grasp anything he was saying. And that was because at that time I was just reading like, they say we should read this book. Let us read this book. But later on, when I developed the love for reading, I read Brother Jero again. I laughed my heart out because it was so comedic. A lot of funny things. And it made me enjoy the power of using words. At a certain time, I was describing myself as an epiolator, someone who loves words, right? So this is what reading does to you. You can't be a writer without being a reader. When you read other people's work, you read their styles. It helps you to appreciate how they are thinking, how they communicate. That also guides you to develop your own unique voice and style. And this is the way that you will be able to capture your audience, communicate effectively, and have lasting impact on people.
May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, guide us to the best. So we'll take a break now. So just on the dot, 30 minutes. Okay, sir, you want to make some comments, sir? Okay, sir, bismillah, sir.
Responding to the question that my brother here raised, I also wanted to sort of add a voice. But unfortunately, my internet got cut off. I just reloaded now. You see, and I'm happy you have just given an assignment. Everybody should on a 5. It's good, like I said yesterday, it's a very interesting session or conference. Writing is a complete industry, a multi-branch industry. My brother asked about journalism. Journalism is part of MASQ. MASQ is a segment of writing. Writing comprises so many things. Advertisement is about writing. Public relation is about writing. Propaganda is about writing. Now, Barrister Badru gave a principle, which I think is very, very important to note. To be a good writer, first neutralize your mind. Do not go into writing with a self-made perception. There was a time somebody was present during the time of Ashrat Muhammad alayhi salam. Now we now saw somebody abusing the Prophet Messiah. He was enraged, very, very angry. So he wanted to react almost violently. Muhammad just calmed him down. Don't react to it. He said, no, I cannot sit down here and see my mentor, my this and that being abused. Prophet went inside and brought 2 bags, like a sack, about 3 sacks. He said, these 3 sacks were filled with letters of abuse from people. Letters of abuse in 3 sacks. And anytime he wanted to reply, like he said, he replied generally, not personally. He took every word one by one and made it general. I also learned that from one of our past Umara, late Pa Chaudhry. May Allah be his, Allah continue to bless him. Pa Muhammad Munawara Chaudhry. He served in Nigeria as their mate for only 6 months. If you go to him to ask a question, he will not answer you. If somebody else goes to him and asks a question, he will not answer you. Until he gets to the podium on Friday, he will now use all those questions as his sermon. So everybody, either you were affected negatively or positively, you will not feel personal. You will not see that you have personalized your question. So in journalism, I want to tell you, because if you don't prepare your mind, even that assignment given, you may be scared. He has given you the right thing. If you are given 30 minutes to write, spend 10 minutes to outline. It makes your work easier. If you spend 10 minutes to outline, you can even spend another 10 minutes to write, and now 10 minutes to fast check to make sure you have not goofed. Because in journalism today, there are sponsored writers who are only all about propaganda. And that's what we call perspection and house style in writing. If, for instance, the head of state visits this compound today, to us, we see it as a big news. Oh, the head of state visits Ahmadiyya compound. If an Ahmadi wants to write it from the perspective of maybe what the Prophet Messiah was giving. Kings shall seek blessings, garment. We will look at it from that perspective. Somebody from the government will want to sell the president, not the Ahmadiyya. He wants to sell the president. He will only write on the president. Maybe something like Ahmadiyya, the most honors Mr. President. So if you have political enemies, you add more to your enemies. So Ahmadiyya, now we said they are not Muslims. Look at them now. They are hailing the president that everybody hates. That is his own perspective. And another person will write to say that, like for instance, when our president Jonathan went to redeem and knelt down to be blessed by Pastor Adeboye, the old newspaper in Nigeria, radio, television, especially the private ones. Government media will never do that because the editor will be in trouble. But the private sector, private television, private radio, private newspapers, they wrote songs about him, a old president of a whole Nigeria, kneeling down before ordinary citizen. Pastor Adeboye now became ordinary citizen, kneeling down before an ordinary citizen to be blessed. That is perception. So you don't write from your personal. You should be neutral. Otherwise, you will lose audience if you have any at all. So this idea that they are just giving, pick anything, and start asking yourself questions. What is good in this microphone? Why has it been developed? Somebody came to our mosque just about 2 weeks ago. I was having a question and answer session. So he's not an Ahmadi. He sat down there throughout the session. After he now raised a question that he was surprised when we were praying. Number one, we didn't have Ladani, who was re-echoing the Imam. Number two, when the Imam said salam, he said it to the right, said it to the left. He expected everybody to chorus it. Nobody responded. When do we say our salam? I just asked him question. What is the purpose of Ladani? He said to echo what the Imam says. Now, how many of us are here in the mosque? When we were praying, did you hear the Imam or not? He said very, very clearly. What business does anybody have again to re-echo it? I was not argument. He just said, okay. Now, I now said, additionally, whatever the Imam says, everybody in the Jamaat also has have to say the same thing. If Imam says Allah Akbar, you say it yourself. If Imam says Allah, you say it, and Imam also will say Rabbana wa lakal hamdu, and you say it. Everybody will say it. Whatever the Imam says, everybody says it. When somebody is now re-echoing, when do you have time to say your own? When does he even have time to say his own? All these questions I was just asking him. At the end of the day, he could not say anything again. He said, if only he will have time to come here at another time to ask more questions, because it was going to about after 9 in the night. So if you had gone ahead to just condemn him, he will have just switched off without even listening again. And that's why as an Ahmadi, you don't start writing by condemning people or by praising yourself. You don't start like that. You first of all introduce your topic, your subject. Introduce it in a very neutral, beautifully, that is very, very captivating and interesting way before you start analyzing. And that's why he talks about paragraphing. Paragraphing, like he said, is a subject, special subject. Like for instance, if you have an outline of 7 points, on a particular topic, and you use one for a paragraph. That's what we call inverted pyramid in writing. Maybe the first paragraph says it all, while the subsequent paragraphs continues explanation, while the concluding paragraphs now summarize it. Sometimes that is what some people read. Inverted pyramid, you know what it is. Pyramid is that that has wide base and very pointed end. If you now turn it upside down, that's inverted pyramids. When you say all that you want to say in one paragraph, anybody who has no time to read will have gotten your message. But also the concluding paragraph says it or summarizes it. It's like enter through. You look at the house through the front door and say, "Oh, this house is beautiful." You don't go inside. Then you go to the backyard. So, "Oh, this backyard is good." What some markers of WAEC, that's what some of them do. They read your introduction, read your conclusion, and off they go. Because what they earn from marking depends on how many papers they mark. So once your and your conclusion also interests them, you are good to go. So let us bear all this was in mind, because we have 3 stages of writing. We have the short term, we have the mid term, and we have the long term. What primarily we are doing here, primarily, it's short term. We want to sensitize everybody to take interest in writing. When you take interest in writing and you are now enjoying it yourself, then we go to the next level, mid-term. The long term is not at the beginning of this session, or maybe at the end of the session of Brother Ajibade, MIU. We will not, while in MIU are non-amadit. At the end committing sins, abẹ́ẹ̀rí, àwa la bẹ̀rẹ̀ kínní, àwa la dáwó, nísìnyí àwọn non-amadit. And that is exactly start from now. That is our long-term objective. If we have more PhD holders, more professors in various disciplines, don't forget, professors are the policy makers in the university. They are the policy makers. They form the majority members of the Senate. So if you have 10 professors in university and only 1 or 2 are Ahmadis, if they vote 20 times, they will lose. So that's exactly why we should prepare our mind and sensitize ourselves. We are septuagenarians. We are going generations. We are going generations, but we are very happy. Personally, to me, I'm very, very happy when I sit down with you like this. I'm very happy that, oh, okay, like Yusuf said, I told Khalifa Rahimahullah in 1980 at the IVC, your future is bright if you continue like this. I am seeing my future being bright now. If today I give up the ghost, I will say I am dying a fulfilled man. Jazakumullah.
Jazakumullah khairan ahsana jazahan, sir. The advice and we've been seated for a while as part of important economic practice. It's time for us to take a break. Let's stretch our legs and begin to brainstorm on the ideas, that we want to use for our writing task. So let's complete this writing task. We will converge again after Zuhr prayer, inshallah. So the next session will begin from 2:30 until before Maghrib. So we have enough time to review several writing submissions from participants, while our respected Professor Timensa would also guide us on key elements of effective writing. So that session, I believe, will be very useful. Your work, your writing submission will be reviewed, feedback provided. You also learn from the review of every other person. And should there be a case that you people refuse to submit any writing task, those of you that are MASQ members will go and pull out your past articles and use them as case studies. No, it's not better. It's not better. Look at these people. It's better. It's not better. The good thing is that let us apply what we've learned. That's how we empower ourselves. The tools that we've learned, the ideas that we've learned since we began this workshop. May Allah bless it for us. Jazakumullah khairan. Those are our brothers and sisters that have joined us online. We want to thank you for staying with us through this program. We look forward to having you back after Zur Salah, inshallah. So we'll kickstart the next session by 2:30 p.m. inshallah. So let's all come back by then and come back with our beautiful write-ups, right? Beautiful essays. You never can tell. It is also possible for you to collaborate. If you are staying in the same place, you can collaborate. Remember, one of the tools that we learned today was how to collaborate using, maybe Microsoft, online Word and Google, sorry. For the online people, our team will drop MASQ email shortly, where you can send in your write-ups and articles, inshallah. So please, let's endeavor to participate. Trust me, it's very useful for our personal progress. Word, please, Word, in Word document, MS Word document, that's what we should send. MS Word document. Again, if we have a lot of submissions and we are not able to go through these submissions through this, in this gathering, we still have our editors who can give us, comment on in Word, which will guide us, in improving our write-up. Again, if we do have some time, I can actually share with you the formula for writing effective paragraph. And in that process, you will learn, all of us must practice. You will write your sentences. If I write the first component of the formula, you are expected to write your sentence. The next component, you are expected to write your sentence. The next one, you are expected to write your sentence until we reach the final one. And you will see that you can actually write. It's just because you don't have the strategy and the tools. I tell you, for sure, from personal experience, you can actually write. But because you don't have that ability to think in a coherent manner, that's what is obstructing the effectiveness of your writing. And when we go through these exercises, you will see a lot of improvement. Some of us that are students, you will see that the next time you take, I know from experience, when I spoke with my professor while I was writing my thesis, he was going through each of my paragraph, line by line. He looked at my topic sentence. Okay, this makes sense. He looked at the next line. Does it connect with the topic sentence? Did I have examples? Did I comment and analyze the examples? Did I critique the evidence provided? What conclusion, what insight or synthesis did I generate from the evidence and the examples? Then what conclusion did I draw? Now, concluding that paragraph, the conclusion of that paragraph, does it connect to the overall theme that I've written about? Does that paragraph also connect or introduce the next idea for the next paragraph I'm writing? And you know what? It was marking my thesis paragraph by paragraph. In some places, I will see good. In other places, I will see very good. Places where I see good, I don't like to see good. I like to see very good and excellent. So when there is good, I ask, what can I do to improve this? And guess what? I had the overall best thesis in my cohort. It's the work. It's the work. It was tough, right? But it's the work. I had over 100 references to use in my bibliography. Was I able to type them? No, I used Mendeley. Imagine if I had to type 100 references using Harvard style. That would be very tedious and cumbersome for me. But the tool made it easy. I spoke with my cousin then when I went to London, and she told me, Bros, you don't have to type everything by yourself. Let me teach you something. I said, teach me. Sometimes we just have to be humble. She was younger, but she knew what I didn't know, and she taught me, and it made my life easy. You know, Alhamdulillah, may Allah bless all of us. This is a unique opportunity. Some of you, you make money from this opportunity, you not share it with us. We are giving you something that is very fun. I'm talking from experience. We are giving you a life-changing opportunity. People make money being copywriters. Do you know how much they were going to pay David Udeyi to write an article? Did you read the story he published about writing an article? Just an article of about 1,000 words. I think it was going to be paid maybe $750 or so. How much is $750? Do the calculation and see what is possible if you develop your writing skills. Some people are staying at home, they don't have jobs. But if they have their writing skills, they can actually make money. There's a lot of copyright work, job. People need to write. And they don't have the skills, they don't have the patience to learn. But if you do, you stand a very great chance of, you know, earning money while also building a great career for yourself. So we will take a break now and return after Zuhr prayer, inshallah. Jazakumullah khairan. And we look forward to having everybody back. 2:30 p.m. The next session is starting by 2:30 p.m. inshallah. And we already have MASQNigeria@gmail.com. That's the email you will send your submissions to. It's already in the chat online. MASQ Nigeria, MASQ MASQ Nigeria@gmail.com. Please let us endeavor to do this. Some of us, we are getting old. We want to write memoirs, right? We want to write memoirs. We can write these memoirs. Some of us, we are pained that our parents died at an age that we couldn't actually take care of them, despite how they have suffered. How do you want to keep the memories of these beloved parents of yours if you don't write them down, right? Some of us have had very excellent experiences in life that are worthy to be shared with the younger generation. Don't keep this to yourselves. Don't keep this to yourself. You can inspire a whole lot of people with your story. Don't find your own story. Tell it.
That's market.
Tell that story. Yeah. And this is the opportunity for you to do so. Jazakumullah khairan, ahsana jazaan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
That's 200. That place now. Wait.